Good morning, Comic-Con!
What's up, everybody? Welcome. You are watching Marvel live at San Diego Comic-Con 2017. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I'm Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Thwip the Big Marvel Show and the Marvel Minute, and
I'm Jess Brohart, host of Marvel Gaming.
Yeah, we did it, guys.
oh my gosh, it's the last day, but that doesn't mean it's over. There's still a whole day of stuff going on.
So much.
Right now, I think they're just wrapping up the Black Panther signing,
Yes.
Marvel Studios Black Panther. And speaking of Marvel Studios Black Panther, Hall H was last night.
Yes.
Ryan.
Hot, hot.
Hot, hot, hot. Ryan,
As
you were
Buster
there.
Poindexter would say, it's hot, hot, hot. Right? You know what I'm talking
You guys
about.
know. And of course, you guys can interact with us all day long. Hashtag Marvel SDCC and go over to the main Marvel hub, marvel.com/SDCC 2017 to watch all of this and look at photos and tweets and talking and articles and all kinds of things.
So,
Are you okay?
last
Wow.
night was crazy.
Crazy
Can we talk about
bananas.
that?
Do you have a headache, or are you
No,
trying to
I did have
channel
a headache
some
this morning.
psychic
I feel
No.
terrific
powers?
now.
You know why?
Why?
Your mind was blown.
It was blown! Yes, there was
Lockjaw. Calm down.
huge, amazing panel. Marvel
Yeah.
Studios came to Hall H. They blew the roof off this mother, and
And now
you
they
know,
need a new roof.
Yeah, they had to put a new
That's
roof
what
on.
happens.
But there were some big panels that happened before them, and I watched the reactions online and in the room, and it was just like, yeah. Great job, everybody else. Here's all the Marvel stuff, and it came out. It was like, what was it? 5 movies that were talked about
Yeah.
and discussed and shown throughout the panel. The 2 biggest that got the biggest reactions. Well, everything got a huge reaction, but there were 2 big sections of the panel: Black Panther, Thor Ragnarok. We should talk about those because
Yes.
especially Black Panther, that signing is wrapping up.
Right.
The cast and crew came out, and it was just like they were joking around. They were happy. They were excited, and they got to see footage,
Right.
same as everybody else. 6,000 people in that room watched
Holy
footage.
smokes.
The cool thing was that was the first time the cast had actually seen that footage,
Right.
Oh, wow.
and it was like someone said they were crying, like there was tears of joy, and like this is happening.
Right.
You know, it was really, really cool.
I love that. That's amazing. Now, so they got special footage of Marvel Studios Black Panther.
Yeah, so the footage was super cool.
And are people going to be able to see that, or is that something that was just for Hall H fans?
So it's just for Hall H.
that is the
sorry.
special thing about Comic-Con is you got to be here to see a lot of the stuff. That's
Yeah.
why you come here.
Yeah. So the footage has Black Panther and his crew, some Dora Milaje, in a casino.
Right.
They're chasing after. That's so
I know, sorry,
loud.
I can't even hear you at all. Like, I'm sure
Can
the
you
audio
guys
is
hear
fine.
me? Is
I'm
my
sure they
audio
can hear
better?
you.
Okay, great.
I literally can't hear
so-
you. So
yeah,
I
you
might,
can.
I might repeat you. You might say something and be like, and also Chadwick Boseman is in it, guys.
So the footage was great. You have Black Panther, Dora Milaje, his crew going to this casino, chasing after Ulysses Claus, played by Andy Serkis.
Right.
Claw has stolen vibranium, hides
Right.
it in his pants. It was a
Like
great
you
scene.
do with vibranium.
It's
Where
like
else are you
a
gonna put
horn
it?
of vibranium that he pulls out of his pants. Delightful.
Is that vibranium? Never mind.
Or are you just happy to see me?
So he has the vibranium, and he's trying to strike a deal with Everett Ross.
Who is that played by Martin Freeman?
Martin Freeman. And so there's a really fun scene, and things start going haywire because Black Panther's crew's like, no, we are shutting this down.
Love
and
it.
Then
Get that vibranium out your pants.
there's just awesome fighting action going on. And a cool moment happens when Claw stretches out his arm, and he's got this prosthetic because it was cut off in Age
Right.
of Ultron
Right.
by Ultron. So he's got a new arm, and it transforms into this laser gun thing, and he just blasts
Love
at
it.
Black Panther, and it's like, psh, and then it goes into not the trailer that we've seen, but more
More of the
more
world.
footage that is just I couldn't type it out because I was just watching it. It was so great.
Well, and that poster that was released
Yes.
out of that panel, you finally get to see more of Wakanda. And one of my favorite, at least in comic book history, it's not necessarily true of the MCU because there's some crossover and there's some separation, but is that Wakanda has its own technology that's distinct to Wakanda. They have similar technologies, but they've developed it exclusively in Wakanda. So like
Yeah.
their cell phones can't be hacked by our cell phones because they don't work in the same way.
Yeah, they are next level.
Yeah, it's
like
crazy.
well past our levels.
And it's, I mean, that it's so very why can't I say this word? It's
Because
beautiful.
It's the last
Yeah.
day and it's
It's
been
the
4
last
days of
day.
Comic
It's very
Con.
beautiful.
Cinematic, thank you, my lord.
So one of the cool things was they were talking about Shuri, who is Black Panther's sister, but
Right.
she's the one developing the technology
So
and all the
cool.
cool science stuff for Wakanda. She's the big brain behind so much stuff going
Yeah.
on there, and so that was great. And they were talking like Eric Killmonger and Michael
I
B.
love
Jordan.
Eric Killmonger. What
Yeah.
a great
We
character.
have his costume, his mercenary
yeah.
costume on the stage here today. But Michael B. Jordan was like, he's going after the throne, like that. He wants the throne. They showed footage of T'Challa and Killmonger battling in these cool suits and like all kinds of awesome stuff. There was so much shown, like the vehicles, these flying. They have legit flying cars.
They live in the future.
Wakanda is like.
Where are flying
well up
cars?
there. It was dope.
This was supposed to be the future.
I know.
Where's my
okay.
jetpack?
Wait, now Marvel's Thor Ragnarok.
Yes.
We got to delve into that.
Jeff Goldblum. I was just like,
I love Jeff.
Jeff
I love Jeff
Goldblum.
Goldblum.
I love
Me
you.
too. Who doesn't?
You're amazing. He's wearing this taupe leather jacket. He's just like
Dope and taupe.
the best. He was up there. He's talking about him and his brother, the Collector, and he's like, "We're elders of the universe. We've been around since right after the Big Bang," and like all this cool stuff. Rachel House was on the panel, and some people were like, "Who's Rachel House?" But if you are a fan of Taika Waititi's
Yeah.
movies, you know she's been in almost all of them. She's played big important roles in all of them, and they actually showed what her character, I think she was referred to as Topaz by Grandmaster, and she's like at Grandmaster's right hand. Like just really great interactions between her and Valkyrie, who's played by Tessa Thompson. There was so much. Oh,
Kate
Taika
Blanchett
Waititi, the director, is playing Korg, the giant rock monster,
Oh.
rock alien.
Oh,
That
that's
if you've
awesome.
read Planet Hulk, World War
Yeah,
Hulk,
yeah.
a lot of Hulk comics, that this takes some inspiration from. Korg is really close to Hulk over the time. So they brought in Korg as part of this. So we got to see some really fun scenes
So
of
cool.
Korg interacting with Thor. And like Taika says he's playing it as like a very laid back, chill. Like he did the motion capture and the voice. So he's like really chill and he's talking to Thor and he calls Thor New Doug. And there's old Doug who's dead on the floor and all this other stuff. And he's like sort of like runs the crew around there. It was hilarious.
it.
I'm not giving it enough justice. It was really good. Taika Waititi is like, I worship at his altar in
He is
terms of movies.
Hilarious, and he wore a romp him, as in a romper, but a romp him.
I heard
For
you talking about that
yesterday.
the other day.
It was
I didn't see him, but I heard you talking about
Excellent.
him.
There was really sweet stuff with Ruffalo. There was
And
funny.
did you mention Kate Blanchett is in it? Was she a new addition or was she already known?
Oh yes.
Kate Blanchett. Yeah,
Yes,
everybody
for
knew
him.
about Hela,
Okay.
and she was there, and everybody cheered like crazy
Oh, I'm
for
sure.
her. It was so fun. Like they showed tons more footage too. It was like that stuff on Sakaar. Then we dropped a new trailer,
Right.
and that was released last night. You guys can watch that.
Yes, I watched
And
that.
a new
It's amazing.
poster, which
And a
we
new
put out
poster.
online.
And we're going to have stuff in the stream. We're going to be showing Pressline interviews throughout the stream today, so you have to stay tuned all day to see all kinds of stuff.
So press
also.
line interviews means
Yes.
after they were on the panel, they go to this room, this area, and they just do interviews about what they talked about. So we actually have footage. We got to interview the cast from Thor Ragnarok, Black Panther,
Panther,
there was
Infinity
some-
War.
Yeah, we talked to them about all that stuff that happened in Hall H. So we're going to spread that out throughout the day. So you got to stay tuned to watch all that stuff. And there's a cool compilation video of Hall H coming up real soon. Lots more. We'll be back. Stay tuned. Sorry I've talked so much, but I'm
We
getting
love it.
more and
Get
more
through
excited
everything.
talking about
But now
it.
you guys get to watch a trailer.
Welcome to the Marvel panel. We're going to talk about two movies today, the first of which is called Thor Ragnarok.
Spoke with Taika, spoke with Kevin, and all of us agreed if we're going to make a third Thor, we have to really push the envelope and take it to another level.
The fans are amazing, and like just driving around the streets and seeing all the people in the costumes and stuff, see all the versions of Thor all over the place, and it's been amazing.
To meet the fans firsthand and sign autographs and take pictures, I mean that again is just such a joy, and we're as proud of it as or excited as it is as people in that hall were.
It's great because they're the people you make it for, and you get an immediate yay or nay, and I think it was a yay.
We really make these films for the fans, and so for us to show the trailer, for people to stand up out of their seats to cheer in the way that they did is really exciting.
I was just looking down the table, just looking down there, I was like, oh, that's right. There's all these amazing actors in this movie.
I'll go see it. I'm going to see it. I'm sick of talking. I think we should see something.
You guys want to see anything right
What were you the god of again?
Ladies and gentlemen, let us now meet the director and cast of Black Panther.
First, I'd just like to say how great it is to be back here in Hall H amongst you guys.
Hall H is an incredible room to be in, and the fans are so amazing.
It's really the only place you can find, 7,000 people that just want you to succeed. And they want what you show them to be awesome. And that's why they're there. That's why they camp out. That's why they show up.
It's been so exciting. It's so nice to be back here and to feel the love. I'm so honored to be a part of it, and I'm really, really excited.
I mean, I feel like a fan, to be honest with you. I think you probably can see us. We got as excited. So I forgot about everybody else until the lights came back on. It took probably like 5 seconds before I was even like, oh, people are watching us.
To bring it to life with this, with this amazing studio and this amazing filmmaker right here, Kevin Feige, and with these incredible actors, and to be here at Comic-Con to share with you guys is amazing, man.
So much has happened since I last saw you. I lost my hammer, like yesterday, so that's still pretty fresh. And then I went on a journey of self-discovery, where I met you. Where are we? You have no idea. Hela, the goddess of death, has invaded Asgard.
Oh, I've missed this.
And you and I had a fight recently.
Did I win?
No, I won, easily.
Doesn't sound right.
Well, it's true.
Asgard is dead. And it'll be reborn in my image. I thought you'd be glad to see me.
I need to stop her here and now. To prevent Ragnarok, the end of everything. So I'm putting together a team. Like the old days.
Surprise! This will be such fun.
Hello.
Hi.
He's a fighter.
Here we go!
I'm not a queen or a monster. I'm the goddess of death. What were you the god of again?
We're the same, you and I. Just a couple of hot-headed fools.
Yeah, same. Hulk like fire, Thor like water.
Well, kind of both like fire.
But Hulk like raging fire, Thor like smoldering fire.
Hey guys!
Welcome back.
I hope hope you guys enjoyed that trailer. As you can see, lots more cool stuff, and there was a lot more cool stuff at that Hall H panel.
Yes, which we haven't talked about yet.
Yes.
So I've got my notes right here because there are a lot of amazing
stuff,
actors that were just announced, revealed for a couple movies. So why don't we start with Ant-Man and the Wasp?
Heck yeah.
I loved the first Ant-Man. And
That's right. And Paul Rudd.
He's so charming.
He's so charming.
He's great at the role.
Along with Michael Pena, did a special video in Hall H where they recounted the whole history of the MCU, and they were making jokes and just being like very, very them.
Yes, yeah. And so we had a couple big announcements of some huge all-star actors who are joining the cast of Ant-Man and the Wasp. So first off was Michelle Pfeiffer was announced as Janet Van Dyne.
Which is so awesome. First of all, Janet Van Dyne, one of the original Avengers. She was actually the first woman Avenger in Marvel Comics, and it's so cool to get her, Michelle Pfeiffer, who's such an icon, to play such an iconic role. Janet Van Dyne is so important to Marvel history, so I think that's such a fantastic person to play that role.
And then joining Michelle Pfeiffer, we had Evangeline Lilly will be playing the Wasp. Now, I wasn't sure if that wasn't news, right?
No. She was also featured in Marvel's Ant-Man. You guys might remember.
Right. That's right. I need to give that movie another watch. It's been a while since I saw that.
Yes.
But then the two that were news and announcements, I believe, are Randall Park plays Jimmy Woo, and Lawrence Fishburne is playing Dr. Bill Foster.
Which is very exciting.
That's amazing. I love Lawrence Fishburne.
Absolutely. And two very exciting characters to have enter that world.
Yes.
I love the Ant-Man series of films. You know, every Marvel Cinematic Universe film has a different feel within sort of the franchise of one film, and also their own individual films. And Ant-Man definitely has a wonderful comedic feel, like a real action comedy feel. And the cast are all so funny and so interesting as people, and I can't wait to see what they add as an addition to that.
Yeah, the movie is casted so perfectly. It's already it doesn't take itself too seriously. It's funny, and it just has the perfect cast now, especially with, now that we have Michelle Pfeiffer, Randall Park, and Lawrence Fishburne joining the cast. It's just going to be great.
And if you guys just saw our Groot glass disappear, that's because they're going to have a totally awesome dance-off downstairs.
I was wondering
someone is going to win the M&M Groot glass vase.
Yes.
So handmade, they had to take it though.
And didn't they only make like 12 of those, 20 of those?
Oh no, not even. I think there's 2 of them in existence.
Oh wow.
Oh, 4. There's 4.
Okay, they
I got
made
the word.
4 of those, and that thing weighs like 11 pounds.
It's
or something
huge,
when it's empty, and then we had like 3 pounds of M&Ms in it. So that was pretty impressive how we were able to just whisk it away so quickly.
So there was also some other announcements.
Captain Marvel.
Brie Larson is playing Captain Marvel.
Yes, which I am so excited about. I love her.
And they finally showed her costume, which I know cosplayers are freaking out about. And have been wanting to know about. She's one of the most beloved and cosplayed characters already, so I know a lot of people were dying to see the cinematic universe. I was so tickled. We were just on our break, and I found the costume on like Elle magazine. Like fashion magazines are talking about it. It's just very, very tickled by it.
And I think that's so cool because at this point, a lot of comics and comic book movies and video games are so mainstream, and they're becoming more and more mainstream. And right there with having Brie Larson showcase on Elle for playing Captain Marvel.
Right.
That's amazing that they're bringing this costume choice and this character to the mainstream and introducing her to a whole new audience of people who read Elle magazine who maybe wouldn't necessarily be inclined to go out and watch that movie on their own, but now that they see how amazingly cast it was and the amazing costumes, now they're going to go out and become Captain Marvel fans.
I love it. We love new fans. We love old fans. I think it's so cool that so many of these films do bring in new people who maybe haven't really experienced comic books from a reader perspective, and we'll bring in all kinds of different folks.
Yeah.
But we also showed off some footage from a film that a lot of people have been buzzing about, Marvel Studios' Avengers Infinity War. They showed the footage from D23 that they showed there. They showed it here. We don't have it for you at this time.
Were you at D23? I forget. Did you get a
I
chance
didn't get to go to
watch it?
D23.
Okay. Oh, so neither of us have seen the footage.
I know, we haven't seen it. So we unfortunately can't tell you too terribly much about it.
No, but I'm sure it'll become public soon enough.
Eventually.
Eventually. I know that's what everybody's
the
asking
movie will
about.
come out.
Yes.
We promise.
The movie will come out. That is my promise to you. It will happen. I did want to mention one more thing back on the Captain Marvel note.
Oh, yeah.
Did you hear, by the way, that it is set in the 1990s?
That's right, it is.
Which
It's set in
awesome.
the 1990s.
I think that was revealed for the first time yesterday at the Hall H panel.
And I believe they showed some interesting things with Nick Fury,
Nick
right?
Fury, it's before he got the eye patch. He has both eyes.
So
I
you
can't
guys,
wait.
now
That's
it's
so
canon.
cool.
He had eyes in the 90s,
Yes.
but not in the 2000s.
So something
So
happened.
something's going to happen in the
Was
next
that- is-
18 or so years.
Is that public knowledge? Because I know you obviously know
you know-
everything there is to know about Marvel.
Well, Avengers came out. Marvel Studios Avengers came out in around 2008, I believe, or 2010. No, 2010.
Oh yeah.
Or
Okay.
wait, no. Iron Man was 2010.
The first Iron Man was 2008, wasn't it?
I think. Oh gosh, the timeline is getting away from me. Avengers was 2012, and so between the 1990s and 2012, some bad stuff went down for Nick Fury.
Yeah.
But I think that's going to be.
Do we know what happened? Did he lose an eye, or did he go blind?
Well,
in
you know,
it?
the Marvel Studios canon is going to be different than
the comics.
Than the comics.
Okay.
Nick Fury in the comics, I believe, started with an eye patch. Like that was how he
okay.
began. So there probably is a backstory that's not coming to my mind, but. Yeah, I think that's going to be such a fun thing to pull it back. You know, I love that Marvel Studios Thor Ragnarok has some like real 70s theme. We have that music, like that feeling from Planet Hulk. Like there's a lot of great retroness to that styling, and I think it's going to be really cool to see what Marvel Studios does with Captain Marvel set in the 90s.
Yes. I mean, personally, I love the 90s. I'm sure you and I both grew up in the 90s.
Oh,
Oops,
definitely.
I'm so sorry,
Poor
Lockjaw.
Lockjaw.
I just knocked his sunglasses right off, and now he's been blinded by these bright studio lights. But anyway, you and I both grew up in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
It was a great era, and I love, I love movies that were set in the 90s that were, made in the 90s. So it's going to be, and it's so interesting to me because the 90s still feels like it was just last decade, and I think back and I'm like, oh, that was almost 30 years ago at this point.
Crazy.
So it's weird to think of a movie coming out in, I think it comes out in 2019, I believe. Yeah. It's weird to think of a movie coming out in 2019 that's set in the 90s, but it makes perfect sense because, movies came out in the 90s that were set in the 70s and 60s. So
Oh yeah, so that tends to happen a lot, I think,
so it makes sense.
generationally.
It's I'm having trouble with that concept in my mind,
And I
it
think-
feels like it was yesterday.
Carol Danvers as Captain Marvel in the comics is a fairly recent sort of title shift. She was Miss Marvel for many years, and then she became a captain. She actually worked for NASA in the comics. And so I think it's really fun to see her in the 90s, and maybe who knows what they're going to pull from as far as storylines that are maybe a little retro to the Marvel universe. So I think it's going to be really fun to see if they're pulling stories from the 90s, what genre things they're pulling from the 90s. I think will be really, really cool to see.
Either way, it's going to be absolutely amazing.
So coming up in a little bit, we're going to have a cosplay competition.
Yes, it's our Black Panther cosplay. Is that right? Or is it just a general
no, this
cosplay?
is going to be the costume contest. So this is
I'm
Marvel's
sorry.
Becoming costume contest presented by Geico. It's going to be coming up very shortly, which let me tell you, we taped this for you guys last night. It is so
I've already
great.
seen this.
It
was
is
because-
really some great costumes.
Yeah.
You guys are going to be really, really impressed.
Yes, so amazing. I don't want to spoil anything for them, but it's just impressive the amount of time people spend on these costumes. And also for me, as someone who doesn't cosplay, I look at a costume and I'm like, literally, how did they make that?
I mean, so many of those people spend days, months working on those, perfecting those. It's so awesome. But you guys, if you want more news out of Marvel Studios Hall H, you should go over to marvel.com/SDCC 2017. There's tons more information there and breakdowns of what happened. You can also follow Ryan at Agent M. He live tweeted the whole thing, and a lot of the footage and stuff that you saw there that you can't see anywhere else, he really went through and live tweeted a lot of that. So I highly recommend following him as well.
And he also broadcasts on Periscope occasionally things that are happening right here at the Marvel booth. So once again, if you follow him on Twitter, you'll be able to catch those live streams for portions that are happening on stage that we might not be broadcasting right here at marvel.com/SDCC SDCC 2017.
But stay here watching the stream for more interviews with the cast of Marvel Studios films. They're going to be peppered throughout the day. And of course, right now, check out that costume competition. Better than that, are you ready to see some awesome cosplay? That's right, because you are watching the Marvel Becoming Costume Contest presented by Geico. And I'm Lorraine Sink, and helping me host today, please welcome renowned cosplayer, Yaya Han. Hi, Yaya.
Hi, Lorraine. Oh my God. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here with us. Let's introduce our wonderful judges first, and then we're going to get the show started. Yeah. Woo. All right, first up, let's bring up Diana and Alicia from Dial C Costumes.
Love your squirrel, girl. Love that kitty pride. Plus the Lockheed.
Yes. Next, let's bring up Mia Tamlin.
Perfect Mantis.
And now let's welcome Lauren Matesic of Castle Corsetry.
So pretty. So we are going to kick off in just a moment with some of the greatest costumes. We're just going to get our folks lined up. Yaya, tell us a little bit about your costume and how long it took you to make it.
Oh, I'm wearing a Scarlet Witch costume, and it took me about, I'd say, a week and a half to make this costume. It's not that complicated, but there's a lot of detail in it, such as with the crown and with all the embroidery on the bodice. And I just love Wanda. She's just awesome.
She's a good time unless you take her children, and then she goes with some problems. Okay, let's show off our first costume. Please welcome to the stage Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel, come on up. You can pose right here on our X.
Let's come over here so we can sort of be off to the side with them.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. We can do it! Thank you so much, Captain Marvel. Next up, we have someone coming from one of the 9 realms, one of the darker realms. Welcome, Hela. Woo!
That is incredible. Come on, guys, round of applause.
Look at that headdress. Think of how many hours it took to make that. Thank you, Hela. And here we have, I believe it is Beauty is the Beast, maybe? Or Mystique Beauty. Oh, is it? Let's hear it. What is it?
It is Beauty and the Beast, but it is X-Men version.
Oh, I like it. Tale as old as time. Mutants get treated poorly and have to have some conflicts. Oh,
awesome. So cool. I'm gonna stand here until you're there. Okay, great, yeah. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. All right, and next, let's give it up for Black Panther, all the way from Wakanda.
Look at those vibranium claws. Thank you, Black Panther. Do you guys notice a weather change? Because I think we have a storm coming in. I've got puns, you guys. Watch out.
Thank you so much. And now let's welcome Ant-Man.
Look at that. Good old MCU Ant-Man. Is that Paul Rudd under there?
Love that helmet. That's awesome. Oh, he's ready to go.
Are you going to shrink? Oh, I think it's broken a little bit. Ooh. Great job, Ant-Man. Beautiful costume.
Thank you, Ant-Man.
And we have one of my favorite Hawkeyes, Kate Bishop. Oh, complete with Pizza Dog.
Purple is my favorite color. I love it.
Thank you, Kate.
And of course, let's welcome our neighborhood favorite, Spider-Man. This is before he has the upgrade by Tony Stark.
And his sweet little underoos.
Yeah.
Thank you, underoos.
All right, give it up for Captain America, the first Avenger.
Thank you for not throwing your shield.
Yes.
Thank you, Cap. Thank you for your service.
We're good guys here.
All right, next up, we have BFFs, Rocket and Groot. You know it's a true friendship because they help each other with stairs. Aww. Uh-oh, don't press the wrong button, Groot.
Oh my god! That scene. Anybody else freak out over that scene? Yeah! Woo! Round of applause for Rocket and Groot. They're gonna save our galaxy again.
Get more money.
Oh, and now I think we have someone who is small but can save the galaxy nonetheless. Baby Groot. Hi, Baby Groot.
Baby Groot! Dance party! Dance party! Yes! Dancing Baby Groot! Thank you, Baby Groot. All right, come on up on stage, Galactus.
Devourer of worlds, shaker of booties, holder of earth. Here with a little snack, just to get him through the Comic-Con day. Thank you, Galactus. Oh, complete with Silver Surfer.
Yes, I dig it. Oh, and now we have a treat for you. Wade will, come on, Deadpool. Nice.
As you know, he is beautiful in all kinds of ways. Thank you, Wade. Yeah. And speaking of Wade, hey, Lady Deadpool. She's always fun at parties. And mean with a katana. Yeah. Thank you, Lady Deadpool. And coming up next, Caecilius from Doctor Strange. Nice MCU costume. Complete with sling ring to get through those portals. And the burned out eyes, this is dope.
There's a lot of details on this costumes, guys. Yeah. Step on up real quick. Nicely done. All right.
Thank you, Caecilius.
Thank you, Caecilius. And give it up for Spider-Man. Oh, and Spider-Man brought, Spider-Man's gonna, he's gonna steal that shield. He's gonna try to steal that shield, I just know it.
Gentles, you guys, spoilers, that's how Civil War goes. All right, next up, we have one of the greatest, Gwenpool. Come on, Gwen. From her own meta-universe. Thank you, Gwenpool.
Oh, is that latex? Cool, it's a latex outfit, nice.
And coming to the stage, you might have recognized him from Spider-Man Homecoming, the Vulture. Ooh, look into his lighted eyes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now, let's welcome Dr. Stephen Strange.
Complete with Eye of Agamotto. He's got two of them.
Yeah.
I know. Oh, and Eye of the Vishanti. Oh, very nice. Thank you, Doctor.
Neat. All right, let's welcome Lady Thor.
That's right, Jane Foster, get on up here. Ooh, look at that.
I love that helmet. That is super cool.
Thank you, God of Thunder. For Asgard! Also for Asgard.
And next up, also for Asgard, is Lady Loki.
Oh, she makes mischief so sassy. I love it. Thank you, Lady Loki. And their sister is here, Angela from Heaven. Here to hang out with some angels and kick some butts. Thank you, Angela.
Next up, we have another Doctor Strange. Ooh, that is nice.
Cinematic version, yeah. Thank you, Doctor. Oh, showing off the cape.
It's a fantastic costume. Try to take a look at it up close if you can, guys, really. All right, Captain Marvel, come on up.
Carol Core, represent! Princess Sparkle Fists, yes! Thank you, Carol. And now this looks to be OG style Black Bolt. Come on, King. King of the Inhumans, ruler of Attilan, hangs out on the moon, loves Terrigen Mist. Thank you, Black Bolt.
That's awesome. Oh, now we have Thor from the upcoming Ragnarok. Nice. With all this hair shorn off, I like the look, I have to say. What about you guys?
Yeah.
Oh. Yes, he's looking for his buddy.
Thank you, Thor. And here we have, actually, we do have a Hulk. Wrong Hulk, though, She-Hulk. Jennifer Walters, always on the case because she's got a law degree. Serving you guys. Oh, you got serve papers, y'all. See you in court.
Oh my gosh. I would not want to cross her in court or otherwise, let's just say. Oh my gosh, now let's give it up for Mech Thor, or Ronald Mech Thor. The McVengers, oh my god, it's a whole McVengers. What is happening? This is like the coolest crossover ever.
Oh my, okay.
So it's Wendy as Black Widow.
It's got to be Black Windios. Lady McSith. The Hawk Burglar, obviously. Colonel America. You guys, you just cut to the core of my punny heart. You guys, really. Thank you, Mick Avengers. Good luck. If you need someone to quickly fight crime or quickly make you food, they're there to save the day. And if you need a card, let them know. All right, next up we have another Hela. Come on down, Hela, and watch your headdress.
Concerned about time, but okay, we have 45 people, so
Okay, we gotta
go a little bit faster.
Thank you so much, Hela. You look amazing. All right,
come on
up. Are you guys a duo? Yes, a duo of Doctor Strange and
Mordo, right? All right. We've got our sorcerers. There we go. Friends or enemies, who knows? Thank you so much, gentlemen. And Star-Lord, get on up here. Defender of the galaxy, haver of good times, lover of music of all kinds. Shoot him up. All right, thank you, Star-Lord. Captain America, come on down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I was always Team Cap. I don't know about you. All right, come on up. We have. Oh yeah, this is from. Oh, yeah. Wait, what is that? Oh, Agents of Shield. I haven't watched that far.
They're Fitz and Simmons from Agents of Shield. From the framework, though, the dark ones. Oh, you guys, I love it. Hashtag Fitzsimmons. Hashtag, oh my God, I love them. Aw, happy ending. Thank you so much. Lady Deadpool, come on up.
Super cute. Thank you, Lady Deadpool. And now we have Yondu Poppins.
happens. A spoonful of sugar makes the bad guys. There it is. Come on up, J. Jonah Jameson. Jonah! J. Jonah, watch out! There's a Spider-Man coming! He's a menace! There he is. Ooh, very good.
Thank you, Spider-Man. All right, and now hold on one second. We're gonna bring up the Hulkbuster.
You can't go up the stairs.
Oh. We're gonna welcome the Hulkbuster. Right here, guys, to my left, to your right.
You can't miss him. He's quite tall. Here to fight a Hulk, should a Hulk need to be fought.
Thank you so much. And now let's please welcome the gorgeous Black Widow.
Thank you, Natasha. Star-Lord, Gamora, Baby Groot, get up here. Some people just are dancers, that's what they say, but they seem to do just fine. Come on down. Okay, we've got some brothers that need to come up. Thor, Loki, get up here, you two.
Very nice. I love the props.
This is exactly what happens in Ragnarok. Just kidding. That's not what happened.
Oh, I love the slow-mo. Thank you. And now we get a sneak peek of the upcoming Marvel feature, Black Panther.
Woo! Ooh, love it.
Nice.
Nice detail. Thank you.
And come on up. Ooh, I love this. Gorgeous.
Some Dora Milaje. Nakia from the Dora Milaje from Black Panther. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's come on up, Lady Wolverine.
Yes, Wolverine, Laura. All new Wolverine. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now
Yeah, I mean it's a lot, man. You know, you feel the butterflies early on. You know what I mean? Wake up in the morning thinking about it. You know, hoping people will respond positively to what we're showing. But I mean, it feels good, man. It feels good to be able to come back. You know, having brought at least something, man. You know what I mean? I wish I could show them the whole movie, but we're not there yet. You know what I mean? But it definitely feels amazing. I'm still kind of grappling with it, to be honest. It was great, man. Like they hadn't seen it yet, and I didn't realize that they hadn't seen it. I thought maybe somebody showed it to them before they came, but you know, about halfway through, I realized, oh wow, they haven't seen any of this, you know. So it was great watching them react and watching them dance, you know, and you know, they're not self-conscious at all, you know. So it was kind of like wearing how they were feeling on their sleeves, you know. So it felt good, man, because it could go the other way easy, you know what I'm saying? Oh, they're so positive, man. They such a positive crowd, you know. It's really the only place you can find, you know, 7,000 people that just want you to succeed. They want what you show them to be awesome. You know what I mean? And that's why they're there. That's why they camp out. That's why they show up. You know, there's no cynicism there, and that part of it is, you know, it's emotionally overwhelming, man, and it makes this place so special. You know.
Hello, Marvelites. Welcome back to Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017. I continue to be Lorraine Sink, joined by Margaret Stoll,
Hello,
the
world.
incredible writer of Captain Marvel.
I thought you were going to say The Incredible Hulk, and that threw me off. 'Cause that's not my book.
Oh, what's that?
That's not my book. I thought you were hulking me.
Oh.
We're having a great start. Hi, world.
But you worked on Black Widow.
I did.
You
I
worked
wrote-
with Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
And so let's get into it.
Yeah.
Last night, debut of Captain Marvel costume.
It was hot.
It was hot, right?
It was so classic, you know, McKelvey, sort of the rework of her costume, and she looked like it was one of those girl power moments where it's so not about the butt, but about kicking butt.
I
It was
love
like
that.
The awesomest thing ever. That's our motto.
I love it. Not about the butt, it's
Right,
about
not
kicking
about
butt.
the butt. no sidekicks, just butt kicks.
Yeah, love it, love
That's
it.
what I always try to get out there into the world.
That's the best. Now, you started with us with writing the YA
I
Black
did.
Widow.
I crept in like a rash.
But now I think you were with us last year, and that was your first time coming as comic book writer, Margaret
I know,
Stoll.
it's so awesome.
And now it's your second time. How has it been from where you started with Carol and where you're with Carol now?
Carol's a badass. I don't know
Well,
if you
yeah.
can say that. And she also, though, she like, I was thinking about this the other day. She like thinks with her heart, kind of.
Yeah.
And I love the sort of bigness of the character. I'm pretty excited about the movie because I think Brie Larson also is sort of a butt kicker.
Oh, totally.
So I felt
Very well
comfortable
cast.
from that moment on. Like everyone sort of got the picture that started with, well, long ago, but then that Kelly Sue kind of like reintroduced back into
Right.
the world. And it's just been like a big jam session, which I
love
love
that.
more than anything, right?
You know, I always think that's interesting because once an actor starts taking on that role, does Brie Larson start to creep in your brain, or do you have, like, Carol is clearly a different part of your brain?
You know, it was different with Black Widow because she was really ScarJo to everyone I talked to
Right.
and to me
Right.
in my head. But I think because I was attached to the comic first,
Right.
Carol exists in my head first.
Right.
But I'm happy about Brie because I think Carol would like Brie.
I like that.
But she's still Carol to me.
Well, and Carol has so many great female friends and female support around her. I just love the cast of characters around her.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about them?
I'm doing they haven't announced this, so I'll be in trouble for this, but I'm doing a Women of Marvel one-shot right now that's like, my favorite thing is to always grab all the women of Marvel and shove them in, but it was my opening panel on Captain Marvel Zero was like a card game, girls' night out, you know, of crazy poker. But that's, I mean, like being a woman hero isn't the only thing they do.
No,
but
no.
it's like a huge part of their lives, just like how we're a huge part of each other's lives. Yeah. So I want to show that.
I know. You know, it's funny. I was rereading that issue with the big card game Dream.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about how I'm just like, this is like Bechdel testing, so like all day long, every day.
Yeah.
And there's something so beautiful when you see her reconnect with Spider-Woman.
Yeah.
Like, I actually got really kind of choked up about a lot of my friendships that are so sisterly.
Yeah.
Because
Actually,
it's just like, you have feelings, and we're doing feelings talk right now.
Yeah.
Like, it's really lovely.
Sana Amana, my editor, and I kicked that, you know, Sana kicked it, like cooked that up together. And that's really about a closeness that a lot of women, especially women in comics, where there aren't that many of us, you know, we are so connected. So I like to celebrate some of that. But also seeing all these girls, little girls here at the con, dressed like they're women heroes. Don't you wish you had that so badly when you were 5?
Oh my gosh, yes.
It's like killing me, and I'm loving it, you know?
I know. Well, I mean, it is one of those things where, like, I think I came to my first San Diego Comic-Con, oh, you guys just dates me, but around, like, 1991.
Yeah.
And I was very little, but, you know, I was, like, one of the few.
Right. Right.
For sure.
Well, it's still kind of like that, but not at all the same.
Yeah.
And now we're ready. You know, we're knocking down all the big heroes. We need our girl Captain Marvel out there. I want to see all the little girls cosplaying.
Oh.
Carol would have loved that.
Oh, Carol would super love that. Princess Sparkle Fists all day.
Although she went trick-or-treating as Science Girl.
She what?
She went trick-or-treating as, NASA Girl. When she was
That's right. That's right. Good call. If you guys hear some cheering in the background, they're having a dance competition on the stage. So, and they're also cheering for us.
And we're just very popular.
We're very popular. So, where is Carol?
Coloring! Woo!
Right.
Coloring!
Margie! I like it. Okay. But where is Carol going to be moving to as she moves forward with Generations and Legacy?
We're doing a lot of looking back to look forward into Carol's origins, family story, where she comes from, really like a deep dive on her character and what makes her such a butt kicker. So we'll be back in space for some. I don't know what else I'm allowed to say, although you know, things are different after the big crossover event. So we'll
Right.
see. Carol had a hard time.
She's been put through it.
It was a Band of Sisters arc. She was battling the Chitauri in space. So
Right.
it was a classic like combat arc, which was fun to write.
Is it interesting to go into like big fight scenes that are like big and cinematic and all that?
I come out of video games, so
Right.
I love action. I love women fighting. Like women on screen in in an action role brings tears to my eyes.
Yeah.
In all kinds of movies I won't mention by name on a Marvel podcast, but that's actually important. We're allowed to do that. We're allowed to celebrate that.
Yeah.
So I love writing it.
I love too watching the way that you and which artist is on the book now? It was
well, we started with Ramon.
Ramon, right?
Yeah.
Rosanas, right?
Yeah. But I've had amazing. I have Michele Bandini now. And
awesome.
I have so much going on right now that we have.
You have many
Prince
artists.
Guinevere working on one of them, but both Michele and Ramon were just incredible and could do the fine lines and the like meticulousness of like a space station and a real like sci-fi book, but also sort of her beautiful face and the incredible sort of emotionality. Because
Right.
Carol's also funny.
Oh, so funny.
Yeah.
And you're so funny.
So funny.
So funny. I like to set a high bar to make them very uncomfortable.
So funny. I got nothing.
But I think that you do a really good job. Good music is going on. You do such a great job of comedy writing in your books.
I love banter. You know that.
I know.
Every time I've been on this podcast live stream, I've had to mention my bad Tony Stark jokes, which are endless, and I do have a bad Tony Stark sitting on my shoulder.
How do you think Carol and Tony's sense of humor differs?
I think that Carol, like Tony, says it all. Like he has no filter.
He doesn't have to. He has money.
Right, that's true. Carol definitely has the filter because she has a military background where you
Right.
just have to shut up sometimes. But Carol, they'll both, when it comes to it, they'll both like grind through anything.
Right.
And they're both super loyal, although, you wouldn't think that because they fight so much.
Right.
They're a lot alike. It's just where the boundary is different.
Totally. Now, something else I know about you is you have adorable cats. And Carol has a Flurkin.
I know. I was so glad about the Flurkin. The first thing I did was featured Flurkin. That's right. That's the one permissible sidekick, people, is an alien non-cat. A fuzzy alien non-cat that's cat-like.
Horrifying. Horrifying inside.
With tentacle tongues and pocket universes. You'll see more.
More Flurkin?
I always come back to Chewie.
I love Chewie.
I'm writing a book right now about cats and robots because that's what my house is full of. So I never drift far from my furry friends.
I feel like we need Chewie the Flurkin to join the Pet Avengers.
We should pitch that.
We're pitching it right now, you guys.
You heard it first.
To you, the internet, who can definitely help us with this.
Make it happen, people.
Well, speaking of your artists, what is the process like working together with
Michele
with
Ramon. Well, Michele, recently we introduced teen characters, the Alpha Cadets, to Alpha Flight, and it was so great giving him these descriptions. One of them has actually a drone that's so I really got my cats and my robots in, and it's been amazing.
I know you have a whole robot room.
I do. I have two, but it's amazing to see what comes. And every comic book creator says this, but it's amazing to send out character descriptions and then get back these incredible faces that are so alive, and you're like, oh my god, you have like a straight line into my brain. So it's incredible.
I love that so much. That must be very interesting to have it both to give that out and then have them give it back, and then you're like, oh, now we're both in the same world in an even different way.
And then Charles, my assistant editor, who's amazing, Charles Beecham, and Sana Amanat, who is a goddess. They'll even edit and they'll write in lines, and it'll be I'll laugh out loud, and it'll be perfect and something I was fumbling towards but didn't get to. So it really is people don't realize what a collaborative
Oh,
gig it
absolutely.
is.
Yeah. So what else? I know it's our last day, but what else should people be looking out at the con for
Women
you?
of Marvel, if you're here, guys,
Yeah.
Women of Marvel at 12:30. I hope you guys get to show some of that. on
Yeah,
the
we
show.
will. We will, I'm sure. If not today in the stream, we'll definitely be putting it up later
my
on
favorite
YouTube
day of
or
the year, every
the
year.
podcast. Me too. It's my favorite also.
It's the best.
And where should people find you online?
M. Stoll on Twitter, Margaret Stoll on Tumblr, Margaret Stoll on Instagram. I'll always talk to you. I don't know if that's a good quality or bad quality. Don't add me for your critique. Send all your critique of me to Lorraine.
Please, directly. But what about y'all?
She'll fix it. Y'all Fest and Y'all West,
Yeah.
my 2 big book festivals, are nonprofit.
I love it. They're so cool.
Yeah.
Tons of great kids reading.
Yep. We are all
It's
about the
awesome.
literacy.
You guys stay here with us at Marvel Live. We're going to have an interview with Chadwick Boseman
Oh my
from
God.
Marvel Studios. Black Panther coming up right now.
The best.
Right. No, it was a great day. Like at the end of the day, like it was fun. Like watching the clip from Infinity War and from Black Panther back to back is. I mean, I felt like a fan, to be honest with you. Like I really did. I think you probably could see us. We got as excited. So I forgot about everybody else until the lights came back on. And it took probably like 5 seconds before I was even like, oh, people are watching us. So, yeah, I mean, you know, last year was great to bring the cast up, but we didn't have anything to show. So it was amazing to share it with people. You can literally feel it's like the wind blowing or the sun shining. You can feel that energy, you know, pressing up against you, shining, and you can feel it. So I think seeing their response to certain things that we shot that I knew, I was like, okay, that's gonna be, but it was even better, you know, and because they've waited outside, you know, stood in line, the anticipation is there. So I think when something really does land, you know it, you know.
Come on up. Love all the movements. Yes, get your photo op in right here. Thank you. You look amazing. Our next. Oh. This is cool.
This is Arnim Zola.
What's on this front?
Complete with screen.
Holographic screen. Thank you. Domino, come on up. One of my favorites. I've always loved Domino. She looks fantastic. And we also have X-23. This next is Doctor Strange. Awesome, thank you. And you are 80s? Wiccan. Oh God!
Oh my gosh, Wiccan! Wiccan! Oh my gosh, I love it. Young Avenger.
I like the pants. I really like your pants. So. That's Shatter. Oh, yeah, Dazzler.
And Dazzler. Bringing the disco wherever they go.
Nice kill, Dazzler. Polaris, come on up. My sister from another mother. I was sister from another mother. Hello.
And that's it. But our judges are going to vote right now. Stay to see who is going to win the big prize. We're giving away first, second, and third prizes. And 3 honorable mentions.
Yes. And we also have a gecko, which is awesome.
Our Geico Gecko is going to help us give away these prizes. Hi.
Do you still want to give away a prize? Like, which did you want to give away an honorable mention or no?
or you want to do the cards?
Yeah, I can do the cards.
You want us to take a picture? Yeah. Come on, yeah. Aww. Thanks. Should we go ahead and just start calling up the kids? Yeah, we should start calling up the kids. And they're all gonna get a guess. Do we have the names of all of them? Do you remember which ones were kids? We had Baby Groot. Yeah. The Boo, Baby Spider-Man. The Thor and the Loki. All right. Why don't
We didn't at all. We wasn't expecting it. It was exciting. It was my first Comic-Con, you know, hopefully not my last. And just to see people just come out and support, you know, our film was just refreshing to see, and it just really made all those hard-working days on set worthwhile, you know. So yeah. Literally, I didn't care who was to the left or to the right of me. I was bugging out. I was like, did you see that? Like, you know, just being on set and doing it, and then seeing it come to life, it was just like, wow, So I'm excited for people to see this movie. I can't wait to see this movie. Can they please release this movie? Because I need to see it now. Now. Oh, the supporters here are amazing. You know, these people, I love the cosplay that's going on. You know, I love how dedicated they are. I just feel like, you know, you can be a big kid and no one will make fun of you. So I love it. I love the fact that this is happening, and, you know, it's inspiring, you know, to see people just come together on a positive vibe, on a positive thing, and just see the trailers and see the characters and see the stars of these films that they love. So it's a beautiful thing, and yeah, man, San Diego's doing really well. Like, I want to come back. Yeah.
gonna also give out some cool plaques and gift cards.
All right, our first honorable mention goes to the Hulkbuster. We'll expect you just to come to the side of the stage. We'll come to you. We'll come to you. Thank you, Mr. Stark. All right. Our next honorable mention goes to
Mary Yondu.
And have them line up over here. Okay. I'm over. Come stand by the Geico Gecko. And our last honorable mention goes to the Mick Avengers. They make fighting crime delicious. Come on up.
So for second and third, they all get a $50 gift card, and then first place we have another toy to get.
Wait, first gets an extra thing. Yes, got it. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. In third place, we have Hella, and she was number 2 on her sheet. Hella. She was the first Hella that came through the line. Hella number 2 on the sheet.
There's the first. Hella number what? Yes, Hella. There she is. So they have really cool plaques. They have these awesome plaques made up. Look at this. This is such an amazing keepsake. Congratulations, our third place.
And then the Geico Gecko has a $50 gift card for you. And eternal love.
And our second place winner is Lady Strange. Bring up Lady Strange. I loved her costume. It looked fantastic. She looked fantastic. Very deserving. And she also gets a plaque, a Marvel Becoming plaque, and a $50 gift card from Geico. The Gecko.
And our number 1 costume for the Marvel Becoming Costume Contest presented by Geico is none other than Caecilius from Marvel Studios' Doctor Strange.
This is like a Bandai thing.
And you get a special Bandai Samurai Iron Man. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And you get a $50 gift card from Geico.
All right, all the winners get together for a picture. Scooch, scooch. Somebody should, yeah, there you go. Black Widow, do the, yes. Right. Make a half circle. We can do this. We're going to get you the best photo there is, guys. We just transport him. Can somebody just like make a portal? Just bring him on here.
Let's do a picture here and then maybe we can aim both.
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, take a picture this way.
All right, everybody gather around the Hulkbuster. How about that?
Go this way.
It is a good idea. I know, I'm like, what do we do? I know. Yes, we.
No, it's Fallon. And there you have it. Give it up for all these amazing costumes. Thank you to every single person who participated. You're all amazing. We love your passion.
And we have cool pens for all the participants if you like them. A cool Marvel Geico pen. Come on.
Thank you all so much. You can watch this on Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017 at marvel.com/SDCC 2017. 2017.
It wasn't like, I mean, I was part of the crowd when they showed that footage. I was part of the crowd, and I went up when that song dropped. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. The song dropped. We went crazy. We were just going crazy. We were just watching it, and then we just ran up and hug everyone. I saw Chad crying. It's an emotional to be a part of something like this. I feel blessed, man. I feel mad privileged. Oh, Winston Duke plays in Baku, Andy Serkis, Letitia Wright, Michael B. Jordan, Danica Wright, Lupita, Chad, Ryan. Yo, who else? Who was next? Forrest. Jesus, Forrest. Yeah, it was mad. Everyone was there. It was love. And Kevin, of course. Well, this is my first Comic-Con, so I don't know if it's not got old. It's just like, it just felt like a room full of love, you know? People are really passionate about something, and I'm really excited about it, man. I'm really excited about seeing that, you know what I mean? Seeing that someone, without being cynical, just seeing love.
up, everybody? You are watching Marvel live here at San Diego Comic-Con 2017. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M, and we are joined now by Mark Guggenheim.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Mark?
This is so much fun.
Right?
I'm having a blast. It's Comic-Con.
It's great. So Mark, writer of X-Men Gold, and we had an X-Men Resurrection with the X.
Yes, we did. We have to.
panel.
It's like you pronounce it. I think Resurrection.
Resurrection.
You gotta like roll the R there a little bit, or the X.
Yeah. So tell us, but we'll get into X-Men Gold. But tell us, what was the panel like? I imagine fans are excited about Resurrection and all the X stuff.
You know,
happening.
people are really digging it. That's the most exciting thing about the Resurrection relaunch is people are going like, my favorite like comments are the people who are like, I was a longtime X-Men fan. I kind of, fell away from it, and Resurrections brought me back. And it's like these are the books that they feel new, but at the same time they remind me of the books that I grew up with and hold near and dear to my heart.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, just having blue and gold, it's like everybody's into that.
It's so cool, and we're doing like stuff in blue and gold like that really does harken back to that era. Like I've got in issues 10 and 11 of X-Men Gold, I've got Omega Red coming back. Lan Medina drawing the hell out of him, and this is, by the way, this is the original Omega Red. This is not some knockoff or spin-off. This is the original Omega Red.
Art T-Bear
Yeah,
design.
actually, like Jay Leichten, who's the inker, he is bringing like some serious like Scott Williams, Art T-Bear style ink into it, and
awesome.
it's fantastic. It looks gorgeous. It looks really gorgeous. And what's also fun about it is it's set in Russia.
Cool.
So, and Ilyana Rasputin, of course, has to guest star, and he draws magic like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. It's
That's
fantastic.
Great.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So what is it like? All right, so Resurrection, we have a bunch of new X titles, sort of refreshing the X-Men and putting them in new places. What is that like from your perspective? Like, okay, we have all these titles to play with and want to make sure that they feel coherent, right?
Well, that's always the biggest challenge with the X-Men because there's so many characters. Yeah. But what is really cool is all the writers, like, we all keep in touch with each other. Everyone, like Cena Grace, who writes X-Men, he's local. Like, we live in the same town, so we, catch up for dinner every now and again. And like Cullen and I right now are writing the X-Men Legacy event. It's Mojo Worldwide, and it's
I just got the vapors.
It's crazy. It's 6 issues between the 2 books. It is a total blast because it's not just Mojo, it's using Mojo to revisit all the greatest hits of the X-Men's history. So like if there's an X-Men event that you love, chances are it's in this book. It's amazing.
Executioner song? How dare you?
Not Executioner song. You got me on that one.
You?
I'm sorry, man.
That's okay.
We're not finished writing yet. Maybe I can stick it in somehow.
If you can stick it in, just get like, Cable and Strife and some punching and stuff. Like,
I know. It would be okay. We will try. I'll
a little bit of my heart.
See what we can do that.
But that sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's so much fun.
Just when you say Mojo, that brings up like so many possibilities and so many cool things. And
well, what's really cool is at the I can spoil this because we just spoiled it at the panel.
Yeah, spoilers.
At the end, Mojo is going to wind up trapped in our world.
Oh.
And it's kind of a blast the way that happens. So it's pretty cool. So Mojo's coming back in a really big way.
That's awesome. Major Domo, Minor Domo?
Major Domo's there.
Yeah.
Actually, I just wrote this scene with him and Major Domo about the number of deaths that the X-Men have experienced where people still come back to life. And that was a lot of fun. That was a blast to do.
Oh, that's so awesome. I'm excited for that. So tell us, who's on the squad currently on your X-Men Gold team? Because it's a cool team.
It's a great team. It harkens back to those days of Chris Claremont, and a lot of the members of the team are members from the Giant Size X-Men #1 days. So we've got Kitty Pryde, who's now the leader. She's no longer the newbie. I've always loved her. My introduction into the X-Men as a reader was through the Welcome to the X-Men Kitty Pryde, Hope You Survive the Experience issue. So, huge Kitty fan. She's the leader of the team. You got Old Man Logan, who's a blast to write. I'm trying to write him as crotchety and grumpy as humanly possible. Storm, Nightcrawler, Rachel Gray, who now has adopted a new identity, Prestige.
Before you keep going, I dug the the smooching scene in one of the recent
Oh
issues.
yeah, well, there's a lot of smooching going on in X-Men Gold these days.
Because it's the X-Men. There's got to be that like the drama, the smooching, like all the cool stuff.
Well then, you know, at issue 9, which comes out in 2 weeks, that's the issue for you because there's major smooching. There's a lot of soap opera, and it's cool. I wanted to call it From Russia with Love.
That is like a perfect
It's
X-Men
a perfect
title.
I know. It's a shame we didn't do it, but it's because there's a lot of Russian subplots going on in that issue, and a lot of love. There's stuff with Peter and Kitty, and stuff with Kurt and Rachel.
All right.
Yeah, and then finally Peter's on the team.
Yes.
As Colossus, and we've seen in in recent issues that he's lost his mutant power. So it's fun actually writing a Peter that's still in the thick of the action, but can't quite access his mutant ability.
I think Colossus is one of the more like complex and interesting characters. If you look at his arc over all the years, from the stuff that he was dealing with his brother committing suicide, with Illyana dying young, like all that stuff, just his history, then he's with Magneto and like all those things, and losing Kitty and then coming back, and like he's a fascinating character.
You could honestly, you could do a whole book just on Colossus and his history. He is an incredibly compelling character, and what I've always loved about him is this is a guy whose power basically is to run around and break things, and yet he has the soul of a poet. Like he is literally an artist at heart, and that dynamic I think is so interesting and so rare in comics. Usually, like if they're a bruiser, they're a bruiser, but Peter, like he's got this benign side to him that really humanizes him. And you're right, his backstory and his familiar relationships, which we will be getting into more in the Omega Red arc, he's such a compelling character.
He really is.
Yeah.
So Rachel becoming Prestige.
Yes.
How did that happen? What was the thought behind that?
It was born out of a couple things. When I was assembling the lineup for the book, I needed another female character, and I had a blast writing Rachel for this adjectiveless X-Men arc I did. And at the same time, I always felt like Rachel's character has been a little bit defined by her past or her future, and her parentage. And I had this notion that it might be fun to see Rachel in a completely different light that's not tied to any past continuity. And in comic books, the way you sort of do that, the way you sort of establish that new chapter is you give someone a new costume and a new code name. So that's what we did. And Prestige was this name that I sort of had in the back of my head, and I thought, oh, this really works well for this character because it's not Marvel Girl, it's not Phoenix, it doesn't speak to any of the legacy issues. So that's kind of cool.
It's a cool costume too. She looks cool.
I think she has an awesome costume. It's funny though, I was just pulling together some art reference for the legacy issues, and I came across her, I guess it was like around Extreme X-Men, in early 90s or mid 90s X-Men look. That was a cool costume. I want to figure out a way to bring that back. It was a lot going on. It was very 90s, very busy.
Yeah.
But man, it was fierce. I liked it.
That's awesome. All right, we're gonna wrap up in about a minute or so. Okay. We've got Black Panther signing footage coming up on the stream. But you're a super busy man. There's a bunch of TV shows, including you're working on Troll Hunters, which is awesome.
Thank you.
And our partners at Netflix. So congratulations on all the success.
Oh, thanks so much,
I'm very
man.
glad to have you back doing monthly book with us, or even more than monthly, right?
More than monthly, bi-monthly, man. I mean, it's bi-weekly. It's crazy, but I'm having such a blast. It's the most fun I've ever had in comics, and that's saying something.
That's awesome. Where can fans on the stream find you on social media?
Twitter. I love Twitter. I'm very active on it. So it's at @mguggenheim.
@mguggenheim. Easy peasy.
Very easy to remember.
Yeah, it's Friday. I was going to say it's Friday at Comic-Con, Sunday at Comic-Con. Hope you enjoy the rest of the show. You guys stay tuned to the rest of the stream. We got a couple more hours to go. Marvel, your universe. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. You are watching Marvel live at Comic-Con 2017, and I am now joined by the cast of Marvel's Spider-Man, coming to Disney XD August 19.
Yeah, that's the one.
All right.
Yeah.
Melanie Menachino.
That's right.
Playing Anya Corazon.
Yep.
Very cool. Robbie Drennan playing Peter Parker.
Wait, there's no R in it. Damon, just like
Damon,
Raymond.
sorry, my
It's
apologies.
okay. You're literally like the 5th person to do it this week.
Damn it.
No, I like it. I like it.
Robbie Damon and Fred Tatasciore playing.
That's my name, right? That's
Yeah,
amazing.
right.
No one ever gets my name.
And his name's got 4 T's and 9 S's in it. Wow.
Alfredo Tatasciore.
Wow.
I play Max Modell. Just having so much fun with that. His teacher. Their teacher.
Yes.
Yes.
The best teacher.
I don't even know where to start because I was at the D23 Expo and saw the names thrown out for the cast. It was like bing and a bang and a boom. So many cool people on this cast with you guys. And the story sounds awesome that we actually get to pick up Peter Parker like in his younger days in high school. And then I literally, when they said Anya Corazon, I was like, oh my God!
She's
I love
back.
her.
She's here.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's her role in the story that we can talk about?
So we can talk about it. Yeah, Anya, she becomes Spider-Girl. So she's like one of the other female heroes in there. She goes to school with Peter Parker. She's at Horizon High, and she's a science geek. Like, she's obsessed with science. She knows everything there is to know. Like I said before, she's a secret weapon because you can go to her for pretty much anything, emotional advice, whatever you need.
So is she like building stuff too? Because
Yeah, she has like lots of experiments that
that's awesome.
Peter seems to be like messing up a lot, but
Yeah. No, she saves his bacon a couple of times, like early on in the series and continuing throughout.
She's the best student. She's actually probably one of the best.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
She's the best
She's a nice, stable. Yeah. Well, all right.
And so, how do you get into Peter's space for this? Is Peter, is he got that Parker luck? You know,
Oh yeah, that's a lot of the writers' job, and they're crushing it with this series. Every week it's really exciting. You get to see that story go forward, and as an actor, especially in voiceover, it's so fun when you have a character arc and story arcs that really go throughout the series. And this show has it in spades. It's awesome. Peter's got a real journey ahead of him, and he starts out very naive, very young, and he's struggling with all the things we come to know about the problems of being Spider-Man while being Peter Parker, and that just evolves throughout the series. It's great.
Yeah, it's stuff you take for granted when you see the later superhero stuff. But you're seeing this superhero in the making.
Yeah.
So not only is it your growth as a person of how to do it, but even your equipment. Like, things your stuff is made out.
And his first
crazy.
fight with Scorpion, he kind of is his own worst enemy. He breaks his web shooter, and that's his big problem in the fight, as he gets his arm stuck to a piece of subway equipment. It's stuff like that. He's learning how to be Spider-Man in the first few episodes as it continues through the series.
Funny.
Yeah.
it's really, really funny.
And I think that's important too, to have a funny Spider-Man show, funny Spider-Man, and the world around him should make you laugh. There's going to be that drama and that chaos, but at the core, Stan and Steve and everybody made a funny book, and Spider-Man has had that humor. He quips.
Well, that's what Kevin Shinnick was talking about today. Is what they really wanted to go back to was that early Spider-Man, the troubled, angsty teen, but when he puts the costume on, he's fun, and it what brings him out of his shell.
Yeah.
So we've got this Peter who's sort of this nervous, nerdy introvert who's excited about science, but when Spider-Man comes out, you start to see that shift, and they play into each other's lives. It's fun.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
And so, Fred, how is it going from the Hulk to Max Modell? Does Max feel like smashing? Or is
Never.
He more like...
Occasionally, no, I'm going to answer as Max. The Hulk. Bruce Banner was a very good friend of mine. He's a great scientist, but things went wrong. But the Hulk's a great guy. No, they're both at their heart, geniuses and good hearts. Is really what they are. Hulk to me, yes, you too.
It's accurate.
And him. But I look at Hulk as much Banner. And at his core, he's a good guy. Max is, like I've been saying, he's one of the smartest guys in the room, but doesn't like to let anyone know. He'll relate to anybody, and he cares about students first. Cares about these two, and he wants everyone to. He's very democratic about it too. He likes everybody to kind of move up in the world and help each other, and he's exactly the kind of father figure / mentor, teacher you really need in
I
life.
kind of wish he was my
I
dad.
know.
Right?
That's
the
why
first time I heard him do the voice. When he
Yeah.
first did the voice, I was like, will you be my dad, Fred?
Yeah.
Like, because I've never heard you. We've
Usually-
worked a lot together, but
Yes.
I've never heard you do that warm voice before. It was real. I loved it. I loved
Thank
it.
you,
I
man.
loved it.
That's
It's
why
great.
you guys make it easy, and it's really fun, and that's what you want. And he really does care about everybody. Yeah.
You guys were just signing a couple minutes ago, and I had said this when you came up, but you were doing a Stan Lee impression, and I was sitting here on my phone doing something, and I
yes.
turned around, I was like, wait, Stan's back.
Because we had a guy dressed like Spider-Man to come to talk to my friend here, and they were doing things together. It looked great. Really a lot of fun. Stan's gonna watch this, and now I'm fired. But no, I love him so much. I'm just such a geek boy for him. You know.
Yeah, he's the best.
But yes, it's fun. It's fun, and he shows up. He'll be showing up, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, in the show. Well, he has a cameo in everything. You know.
We have to.
Yeah.
We have a couple minutes left. What was your first voice acting gig for each of you? Not just Marvel, just in general. Like, what was the?
Oh, I was the host of a channel called the Speed Channel. It was a
Yeah.
racing channel.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, so I was the on-camera host, and then that's how I got into voiceover. They were like, "Can you also read this?" And I was like, "Okay." And then that was like my first voiceover job, and it just took off from there. So racing.
When I first got out of grad school in 2007, I came to LA, and in my first 2 weeks, I booked a pilot for Warner Brothers, an animated pilot, and I was like, this is gonna be easy. And then the pilot didn't get picked up, the writer's strike happened, and I didn't work for 2 years.
Oh gosh.
But that was like my first experience, and it's been grinding away ever since. Yeah, but what a great first experience to have. Yeah.
That is a great first experience. For me, I guess the big films for me when I started was Gladiator. I'm all over that, like looping. That film was a big thing. Invader Zim and Family Guy were like my early shows, but the funniest job I think I had was I had to wear a Tony the Tiger suit and be like, "They're great," and like do this whole Tony the Tiger presentation inside this big suit as Tony. That was a weird gig. That was fun. Like Tony.
That is fantastic.
Dream gig.
Yeah.
All right, where
Whoa.
are fans going to find each of you on social media, whether it's Twitter, Instagram? Where do they find you?
I'm at Mel Minikino on Twitter and Mel Mini on Instagram.
Yeah, at Robbie Damond on Twitter, Robbie Damond on my Facebook actor page, and Robbie Dangerous on Instagram.
Ooh, that's where you are.
Ooh, it's before I knew people would come and look at it.
You know you could change it, right?
Never!
You can find me right here. I'm here right now. No, I'm gonna have to set up a whole bunch of stuff because I don't do a lot of it. But I'm gonna get an Instagram thing going.
Oh yeah, we got to set you up.
Yeah, please set me up.
Come
please
on.
set me up, right?
Yeah,
Will you help me with that?
I got you. I am the
careful.
science
Dangerous,
nerd after
you're the
all.
I'm kind of the max. Well, all right. I'll use my cell phone. Yeah.
You have a Nokia still?
What's that?
You still have a Nokia flip
I
phone?
want the flip. I'll tell you, my dad has the flip, and let me tell you why the flip is so good. It's when you have the flip phone, you can go like, do it.
Yeah.
How
you
is
can be
this?
dramatic.
This, do it.
What are they doing for you?
I like the
Yeah,
flip.
yeah.
Get back the
Coffee?
flip phone.
We'll get Freddie an Instagram. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna join the world.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody.
Love you
Up
guys.
next, we're going to have D23 Stan Lee being inducted as a Disney Legends.
You gotta be there.
Stay
Wow.
tuned for that. So much more to come from Marvel Live.
Stan Lee, one of the most prolific and enduring comic creators of all time. Over the course of 7 decades, Stan has helped create a universe of compelling characters, forming an endless all-star roster of heroes and villains. Fate came calling, and in the early 60s, Lee was called upon by his boss to create a series for Marvel Comics.
I was always wanting to quit the comics at some point or other. I said to him, well, why don't you create characters that you like? The worst that'll happen is you'll get fired and you want to quit anyway. So get it out of your system. And that to me was a real epiphany.
Lee did away with some of the usual comic conventions, creating a more realistic and relatable slate of superheroes. Stan teamed up with Jack Kirby to create the Fantastic Four in 1961. An explosion of new titles followed as Stan co-created an enormous roster of Marvel characters like the Amazing Spider-Man.
Peter Parker came from an effort on my part, knowing how I hate teenage sidekicks. I said, why not have a teenager who's a hero?
Stan gave his heroes real-world problems and human failings, firmly establishing the approach to storytelling Marvel would make forever famous.
We have the juxtaposition of the bigger-than-life problem, as I say, and the very simple home life and family life that these characters have.
Stan became Marvel's editorial director and publisher in 1972, and eventually was named Chairman Emeritus. In addition to publishing, Stan has appeared in some of the most popular films of all time, based on his work.
I am so fired.
He's appeared in nearly every Marvel film project.
See, I don't consider them cameos anymore. I consider them supporting roles.
These cameos include Disney's animated feature Big Hero 6.
Son. Dad.
Television shows such as Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Carter, animated programs like Phineas and Ferb, and Disney XD's Ultimate Spider-Man. Outside the superhero realm, he even pops up as a wedding guest in Disney's The Princess Diaries 2, Royal Engagement.
I do better if you and I get married.
Oh. Ooh, 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 ooh.
I've done everything I want to do. I've wanted to write, and I've written. I want to do more of everything I'm doing. Excelsior!
Although we tried in that video, it is hard to define Stan Lee, who for 7 decades has been so prolific, creating thousands of characters and countless stories. In the process, he's become a cultural icon. His countless fans see him as a beloved character, as you just saw, in so many different Marvel movies. He's actually got some superpowers as well, or I think somewhat limitless in their nature. Certainly his imagination is limitless, and he also has an unbelievable sense of fun. There is a twinkle in that guy's eye 24 hours a day. He's had a tremendous impact on the publishing world, but his influence goes so much further. Everything Marvel is today, including multiple TV series and an incredibly successful movie studio, is rooted in the work of Stan Lee and his co-creators. And so for all those reasons, we're proud to name Stan Lee a Disney legend for such an extraordinary career and so many great contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, Disney legend, Stan Lee.
Well, I've never been known as a man of few words, but I've got to say, I was so thrilled to see that testimonial to Jack Kirby. So well deserved. Thank you. I'll go back a few years to a teenage boy, not even a teenager, a kid around 8 or 10, who loved to read everything he could get his hands on. In those days, he read the Hardy Boys, Tarzan, Sherlock Holmes, little books he could buy inexpensively. One day in a bookstore, he saw a book that was an expensive book. It was what they would have called a coffee table book to him. It was called The Art of Walt Disney. I was that boy, and I couldn't afford the book. And it drove me crazy. I wanted that book so badly. I saved my pennies, and after a few months, I bought The Art of Walt Disney. I loved that book so. I loved Walt Disney so. To me, he was more than a man. He was an inspiration. He was something to reach for, to be like him. And to think that today I'm standing here in the house that Disney built, and we've paid tribute to Jack. And now we're talking about all the things of Disney's. It is so thrilling, I can't tell you. And I thank you all, and I thank you, Bob, for having me. And of course, I can't leave without saying Excelsior. Thank you.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the stream. Here with us, we have Bill Roseman. We're going to be talking about some Marvel games.
Hey, true believers. This is Bill Roseman, creative director at Marvel Games.
No.
What?
Executive
creative director.
Title,
I know, but I just, people are like, what's that mean, executive?
What do any of our titles
But
mean?
thank you, good sir.
Execute things.
My wife and my mother were very impressed with the promotion, so
nice.
Thank you for a chance to brag out there to the true believers.
And and because I didn't say yet, I'm Jess Brohard, host of Marvel Gaming.
I'm Ryan Panagos, aka Marvel's Agent Dan.
And yeah, like I said, we're going to be talking about some Marvel games. So first, let's start off with Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite.
Yeah, I mean, actually, to take a step back, this whole show has been awesome for Marvel Games, and I want to thank you and the entire Marvel staff. You have been behind the Marvel Games, giving it all the support and your energy, and I know that it is that you mean it and it's authentic. So I thank you for all that, for helping us get the word out, because we're so proud and happy with what the entire games team and all of our partners have put together.
I can tell, and I constantly say, everybody that I've spoken to about Marvel Games, you can really feel the passion, and that's so inspiring to see how how amazing you guys are, basically, at what you do and how passionate you are.
Well, thank you. It's all about growing up, loving these characters, loving games. Now we're lucky enough to get to work on both, and we're just trying to, make the best games for everyone, and they're made by fans for the fans.
And that clearly comes across. Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite.
Yes!
You guys have listened to the fans, and you had so many new character announcements, some new character gameplay that happened. I know, Spider-Man. Everyone was so excited when Spider-Man was added to the game, along with Frank West, Hagar, and Nemesis. And
We're packing it with characters.
Yes, and then of course how Gamora. We finally saw some gameplay from her, and this is the first time Gamora has been in a Marvel vs. Capcom title.
Yes, and she has her God Killer sword and her twin blasters. She's really fun. She's so athletic and acrobatic.
She's so fast.
And and there's no wasted movement when it comes to her.
For sure.
We really treat her as like, Elektra in space. Like everything she does is precision. And she's just so cool. And I love that we did the white suit. People really like that white suit. It only appeared in comics briefly for a few issues, but everyone loves it so much and it pops so well on the game screen. So that's what we like. Let's go with that. You're right. We introduced a bunch of characters.
And the new Mind Stone, of course.
And
the new
Mind
Infinity
Stone.
Stone, the Mind Stone.
And there's still more to come. There's
Yes,
going to be a
I
full
know.
roster. Characters that people are hoping for, characters that people may not expect. And what I loved about our panel that we did the other day is we were really able to go through the entire story.
Yes.
And we had our writer Paul Gardner there on the panel because we wanted to say like, hey, we know and we love that the game is bonkers. It's over the top, crazy. But at the same time, doesn't mean there can't be a story. Because Marvel, above
Marvel
all,
is story-driven.
Storytelling.
Yes,
Everything
and
we do is story.
Besides the passion that I see from you guys, that is the other point that I keep seeing over and over and over again is that Marvel games are story-driven. And we could go on and on about Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. And I would love to, but we do have to get moving on because we have so many other games to talk about. Let's move on.
It's a good problem to have.
I know, it's the best problem to have. Let's talk Lego Marvel Superheroes 2.
Yeah, I mean, that panel was awesome as well.
It
Again, we got to
was.
make a bunch of character reveals and really talk about Chronopolis. From the characters, we wanted to show that, we're bringing the heavy hitters like Dr. Octopus and Vulture, inspired by Spider-Man Homecoming. But also, we could go deep into the bench and have Throg, which is the frog version of Thor, which is a real thing. It appeared in some issues of Thor by Walt Simonson. We had all the way back from the 60s, we have Irving Forbish, who began just getting mentioned in letters pages by Stan, and then they created him, and he wears a pot on his head, and he ties his cape around his neck because he thinks he's a hero.
I love all those crossovers, and then of course, Howard the Duck / Iron Duck.
Howard the Duck, Iron Duck. Also
Voiced by Greg Miller.
Voiced by Greg Miller from Kinda Funny. We love you, Greg. And Iron Duck is also from an actual issue of Howard the Duck back in the 70s. We always want to be authentic and draw from the established Marvel lore.
Yep.
As far as back characters from the 60s, 70s, and today we also revealed Gwenpool. Gwenpool makes her Lego debut. And then we also showed some of the storytelling that's going to be in the game. She's going to send you on missions. And it was great to debut in the game. There was the ChronoCon at Comic-Con. And at the ChronoCon, they revealed some rather handsome individuals, I must say.
I feel like that is the highlight of Comic-Con 2017, just overall, is seeing the ChronoCon in Lego Marvel Superheroes 2, and a really good-looking, mustachioed panel host with a great tattoo on his left arm.
Now that
and then
sounds
someone who's really
familiar.
excited on the panel. Seems really familiar, talking about Marvel games and is,
And these are very humble people as well.
I got to say, I think it was my biggest cool dad moment when I got to show my son a all-new drawing of a Lego minifigure that kind of looked like his papa. So
there we go.
That's kind
you
of
win the Cool Dad of the Year award.
So as big Lego fan and big Marvel fan, to see that happen, it's like, okay, didn't even know that was a thing that I would have in a bucket list, but it's in there now. So
and that's great because I always hear actors in interviews and stuff always talking about their kids and how their kids don't care that they're famous. So it's great that your kids actually appreciate
he just
things
loves
like that.
all the cool stuff that I'm allowed to show him when it is the appropriate time.
He needs to sign an NDA for everything
Yes,
else.
everything else I'm like, I can't show you, and then finally look at this, and he thinks it's cool.
And then of course
Hi,
touching
Petey.
on
shout out to my boy Petey.
Is he watching?
I hope so.
Hopefully. And then of course
YouTube,
Carnum.
so he's watching.
It's on YouTube. Of course he's watching.
And then, of course, real quick before I move on, Carnum.
Carnum,
which is
the
Carnum
fusion
or Carnage and Venom
together. So this shows that not only can we go deep in the vault, we can create new characters
Yes.
together. And that's
So
what
'cause
all Lego is about, is
Carnum
creating
was
new.
not from the comics?
Well, I mean, of course, Venom and Carnage have been in the
Of
comics,
course.
and they've interacted in different ways, but they have not combined in this format before,
Mhm.
in this specific form with that name. So,
Mhm.
you know, Lego is all about inventing things, and we love to give our partners room to put their own stamp on the Marvel Universe and
Yes.
get creative as possible, and just bring new things to the players in every game we do. So that's
Definitely.
an example of that.
Definitely. Moving on along, I know once again we could go on forever
We
about this
could.
game. Let's talk about Marvel Powers United VR. For me,
Yes.
this was, I think, the standout of Comic-Con. What do you think?
Oh my gosh, I've said it before. I'll say it again. This is maybe my favorite, just pure new experience with video games and
Yes.
with our characters.
Yeah.
And I didn't think it was going to be as amazing, and because I just had no conception.
Yeah,
of
you're right.
how
It is an experience, and before
It's,
you
yeah,
do
an
it,
experience.
you don't unless you do VR, you don't get it.
Yeah.
It's hard to
Mhm.
describe it or even show it.
And even I have played VR games before, but they were nothing like Marvel Powers United, just because it's a completely different experience. And of course, we announced Deadpool at the show, but
Yes.
he's just one of 4 characters that are in the game right,
That's right.
now.
You can experience what it's like to be huge like Hulk.
Yes.
Small like Rocket.
You can fly like
Yes.
Rocket and
And Captain Marvel, be a leader like Captain Marvel, absorb energy, blast it back, and then Deadpool with his shuriken, his Deadpool branded shurikens.
Oh, nice!
Yes,
Yeah.
swords,
He's
his
got
guns.
katanas, the hand cannon,
And
his,
when you look
regular
down,
guns.
you see your entire body. With
That-
your Rocket, you see
yes.
your arms and so.
And it's so trippy because especially when you're walking along and you look down
Yeah.
and you see Deadpool's legs just
Yeah.
moving on along.
And what's fun is every time you play a different character, and I watch people do it, they start acting like the character. Because you
Yes.
feel like
Oh,
them.
yeah.
If I'm Hulk, I'm
For
going to
sure.
act like Hulk.
Yeah,
if
you
I'm
just wanna
Captain
go
Marvel,
around, smash
Yeah.
So it's
I noticed
amazing.
that.
We can't wait for more and more people to play it. There will be more characters added. We're looking at
Mhm.
about a dozen.
About a dozen, okay.
Heroes. There'll be villains and their
Oh,
soldiers
yes.
and locations, and it's like you said, it's an experience. You can
Mhm.
become a Marvel character. You can play with all your friends.
Yes.
As the name says, it's all about the ultimate experience of the powers and United playing together, because that's a really fun Marvel thing to do.
Yeah, that's the other. The name is really descriptive of what the
Yes.
game is about because you know
Yes.
it's you have the different powers for the different characters and then you unite with 4 players. You really have to work together as a team and you can do this fun combo attacks. Like my favorite is when the Hulk can grab an enemy and then
Yes.
any of the
Yeah,
other
and
heroes
Rocket
can
can
come
just shoot
along.
the enemy.
Yes, shoot, or like Deadpool can come along, just slice them up with his katanas. It's fantastic.
And then you work as a unit, but at the end there's a little scorecard of who did the best, who was
I
most
know,
accurate.
and I'm always so bad because I have such terrible aim.
Still fun though.
Yeah, it's still
And
fun.
then at the end there you can pose with all your friends, do crazy things
Yep.
and pose, and they take a picture and it becomes like this cover, this Marvel's United comic book cover.
Yeah,
So we're
and
really
it makes you feel like you're, again, it's part of the experience. It makes you feel
Yes.
like you're really in the
You're in
game. So again, moving right along, again, we could talk forever about each of these games, but we have limited time, unfortunately. Let's talk about Marvel's Spider-Man coming out exclusively for the PS4.
Yeah, we had our friends from Insomniac here. So Brian Intihar, the creative director at Insomniac, was here. We gave out an exclusive print at the panel that showed
Yes.
Mr. Negative fighting Spider-Man in a subway, which is something that happens in the game.
Yes, and that was such a cool tease, but it also was so mean of them because it was just a tease and it left me wanting so much more after
Well,
just seeing that
that's-
depiction of Mr. Negative
Yeah.
and Spidey fighting on the subway car. I can't wait to see more.
That's the goal. Is we don't want to show too much. We don't want to spoil everything. We want to give a hint of what the
You want to give
story
us
is.
a little taste, like,
That's
like
right.
an appetizer.
An appetizer of the gameplay, of the amount of Easter eggs that are in there, of the storytelling, of how fun it is with web slinging and
Yes.
the fighting.
Oh, and speaking of web slinging, I always just have to touch on the fact that, you know, we've said it over and over again, Insomniac is so incredibly receptive to the fans.
Yes.
You were there at the panel as well, right? So you saw how they improved the web slinging, they made it faster in just 1 month, because we saw the first gameplay reveal at E3, that 8.5 minutes of gameplay.
Right.
And apparently fans were saying that they were a
Reaction
little
was
bit
like, couldn't it be
dissatisfied.
faster?
Yeah, it wasn't
and
fast
we listened.
enough.
We listened to
Yeah.
me and Brian Intihar and the whole team at Insomniac and Marvel Games. We read every tweet. Brian stays up late. He goes to all the message boards. He goes all over the place. We listen to the fans because we have time to make adjustments.
But that's insane to me because E3 was less than a month ago, and
they
you
work
say
quick.
Yeah, I
they
know.
work constantly and they work quick. At Insomniac,
Spider-Man demands perfection.
Well, it does. I mean, it is. This is something I'll say about all the games. I mentioned earlier, we are fans. We grew up with these characters. We grew up playing a ton of video games and playing Marvel games, and somehow we ended up here. And we feel it is our duty to get it right. Like Spider-Man himself, with great power, there must come great responsibility. And we are lucky enough to work on these things, and it is our responsibility to make it awesome, to make the best Marvel games ever, so that many, many years from now we can look back and we can say, remember when we were at Marvel Games, remember all those great partners we worked with, and all those great characters, and we did everything we could. We left it all on the field to make the greatest Marvel games that have ever existed. That is our solemn duty and our life quest for myself and for our entire Marvel Games team and for all of our partners we work with. We're here to do this right.
There's that passion I was talking
there should
about.
Be an American flag that comes behind
Yes!
you.
Eagles.
And like eagles,
Fireworks, lockjaw, teleporting.
Yes.
It's true. We live it. We love it.
And you were talking about the poster that the fans got and the subway scene.
Yeah.
And you guys had mentioned that like that's a battle in the game.
Yes.
Like, that
It
stuff
happens.
is something that fans will experience. It's not just cool art, which it is cool art.
Yes.
But it is. That is something that fans are going to get involved in and get to experience and get to play around with, which is awesome.
And because when you see that, just that one teaser image that makes you go, oh, that's going to be such a fun, but frustrating scene to battle through.
In that
He has
confined space
exactly
with all the
where is
people,
Spidey
you
going to
wanna
go?
take care of the civilians.
Yeah, he can't swing around on the buildings like he's used to. That's
Right.
his advantage, and he can't do that. So what's he going to do? He's going to have to rely on his other Spidey powers.
Yeah, I mean, but that's great about Spidey. He can get up close and mix it up. He can swing in big open spaces, but even in contained spaces, you really think about his agility and the way he thinks, and how quickly he can move and use humor and use his kind of acrobatics, and he's very improvisational, and all that comes together in all these different elements. And we want to give everyone the different experiences of what it's like to be Spider-Man in different situations.
Definitely.
And all the art you'll be seeing in the coming weeks, all the art has led to some scene in the game. We let nothing go to waste. And it's beautiful stuff, and I can't wait for everyone to see it.
I can't wait for 2018 when it comes out. Let's move right along to Contest of Champions.
Yes!
So this is a super fun. Now, Ryan, I know you are addicted to this game, and they recently have announced Vulture is going to be joining the cast.
Which is awesome. And there's some really cool Spider-Man events happening right now.
Yeah, we're really inspired by Spider-Man Homecoming. What's great, especially in our mobile games, the live op games, we don't try and do big adaptations of films or TV shows. It's really hard to do when they're also making it. What we do is we give all of our partners some behind-the-scenes info and art, so we can say, hey, this movie's coming out in 6 to 7 months. Would you like to have characters in your game inspired by them as far as the costumes or the characters themselves if they're not in the game? So for Contest of Champions, for example, they are introducing Vulture, and he looks just like he does in the movie.
That's so cool because he was so cool in the movie. And personally, I didn't watch any of the trailers for Spider-Man Homecoming before I saw the movie because I didn't want to spoil it for myself. Exactly. So when Vulture was revealed, it was a huge surprise, and he's just such a cool character and intimidating as well. So I think he's going to be a great addition to the game.
He's really dangerous and powerful, and we also revealed a shot of him at our panel of Vulture and 5 other villains, Spider-Man villains. One was a tease of Doc Ock coming to the game. The other 4 are in the game, so now there is, if you will, a Sinister 6 in Contest of Champions.
All right, well, moving right along to the next mobile game that we want to talk about, Marvel's Future Fight.
Marvel Future Fight. So we showed Kid Kaiju, who's going to get a specific costume in the game, and that just represents how quickly and closely we work with publishing. They're constantly sending me black and white sketches and scripts and saying, hey Bill, this character is coming to comics, and they know now we can move very quickly with certain partners, especially Netmarble that does Marvel Future Fight. They work very quickly, and so they're able to get characters in the game sometimes in the same week that the comic comes out.
That's insane.
It's crazy. So I thank all my friends in publishing for doing that, and we did a tease. We want to reward the fans of San Diego, Comic-Con, the fans here at the Comic-Con. So we teased Apocalypse, who is coming to the game. We recently had a big X-Men event, and we had 5 or 6 classic X-Men introduced to the games, and everyone loved them because we are all huge X-Men fans at Marvel Games. So we're happy to unleash the X-Men, but what are heroes without great villains? So we have Magneto in the game. Next up, we're teasing Apocalypse himself. So stay tuned for
Can I make
for him
one
to come.
request?
Yes.
When Apocalypse is in the game,
Yes.
I want him to have the big A belt buckle.
Of course.
So you know that it's Apocalypse.
Yes, you know who he is.
Yeah.
Because it's
You
like,
gotta
hey,
have that.
read the A. A stands for Apocalypse.
Perfect.
All right, moving on. Again, we could talk about these games forever. Let's move on to the final game that we're talking about here, which is Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, the Telltale series, Episode 3, coming August 22nd.
Yes. What I loved about the
goodness.
trailer that we released is it's showing how each chapter is focusing on an individual Guardian. Even though it is very much an ensemble piece.
Of course.
We said, hey, we have 5 chapters, there's 5 core Guardians.
Yeah.
Let's be intelligent and strategic about this and use each one with the amount of time in each chapter, it's almost 1 to 2 hours, and really focus and take you into each character and into their past. Episode 2 had the very sad and romantic moment
my gosh.
with Rocket
Lila the Otter.
and Lila the Otter.
Oh my goodness.
Who
she was
appeared
my
and she's real, and she was in the first Rocket Raccoon miniseries.
Okay.
And we wanted to bring that back. That was written by Bill Mantlo, drawn by Mike Mignola, and we all loved it and take so much inspiration from our comics. So we want to now bring this into new forms. Here it is like 20, 30 years later, and we're showing people. This chapter is all about Gamora, her relationship to Nebula, their relationship to their father Thanos, with something very crazy happened to Thanos in the first chapter, but we want to show how that sends out ripple effects across the entire game to all the characters. So each chapter gets deeper and deeper into the characters and asking the question, is there anything that can break up the family that is the Guardians?
Well, and in playing through the first 2 chapters, you already see those little seeds of discontent, and all the way through. If it's not Drax wanting to leave, it's Rocket. If it's not Rocket wanting to leave, it's Gamora being upset because you made certain decisions.
And
Maybe you decided to trust Nebula, and Gamora didn't like that.
And they affect the characters.
Yes.
And when you have something as powerful as the Eternity Forge, which can bring people back to life, and all the Guardians have a loved one in the past who they would like to bring back.
Yes.
Who gets it, or should anyone get it?
Yep. Yeah, and because nobody that's such a that's a decision that carries a lot of responsibility, and no one person should make. But of course, the 3rd episode, called More Than a Feeling, comes out August 22nd. I cannot wait for it. But I believe that is just about all the time we have. Bill, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. Again, I want to thank all the true believers. We're creating these games for you. I want to do a special shout out to fabulous Flo Steinberg, who we found that we just lost. I was lucky enough to meet her. She was a hero of mine growing up, and then she somehow became a friend of mine. She was always nice, honest, kind. I love her. Flo, we miss you. Everything we do is for you. Thanks to you, this wouldn't have existed. You will live on.
I shed a lot of tears about Flo already today, so I'm not going to say anything more. I think I will just burst out again.
All right, then we'll just go ahead and move on. Thank you guys so much for watching. Once again, I'm Jess Brohard, host of Marvel Gaming.
I'm Bill Roseman, Executive Creative Director at Marvel Games.
Brian Penagos.
And this has been Marvel Gaming.
It was really exciting. It was exciting for all of us, too, because we had never seen it before. And, it was so much commitment from everybody on the movie. Everybody loved being there. People really followed Ryan and, the director and believed in that. And I think, when you watch the trailer, you really get a feeling of all the kind of commitment and energy that was going into it. So it's really exciting. It's so cool, the positivity, that they give you and the support and stuff. I had that experience on Star Wars, on Rogue One, and which wasn't Comic-Con, but it's the same, like a lot of the same people were supporting. And so this is like my first Comic-Con experience, today, and it was pretty overwhelming and pretty powerful. And you can really feel the fans, and their desire and their care and stuff, and you just want to deliver that thing to them, And I think this film will. I think this film it's amazing. It's really amazing to listen to the people respond, and just even our own selves responding. You know, just to us as artists, you know, like seeing the trailer for the first time and how it affected us, it really really overwhelmed so many of us. Black Panther, I've heard about this project for years and years and years, but nobody ever did it, you know, and they actually did it, or we did it, and I'm a part of it, and that's an exciting thing, you know, for me. I think it's a great, real blessing, and you know, to get a chance to be involved with things that you already followed and believed in and wished you were a part of, you know.
watching Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017. I'm Lorraine Sink, and what you guys were just watching was the Black Panther cast reacting to the first footage they'd ever seen for Marvel Studios' Black Panther. They were very excited, hugging, lots of love. But I'm here with my Women of Marvel. Yay! Why don't you go down the line and introduce yourselves?
Cool. I'm Sana Amanat. I'm Director of Content Development at Marvel.
And of course, we have
Hello,
Jess.
I'm Jess Brohard. You guys have seen me all weekend. I'm the host of Marvel Gaming.
And I am Rainbow Rowell, and I am the writer for the new Runaways series, starting in September.
Welcome, Rainbow.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so excited about your series. So we just came from the Women of Marvel panel, which we are reacting to right now.
Live reaction right now.
Live reaction right now. It happened.
I am stunned.
Yeah. No, the three of you, were you all on the panel?
We were, yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend, so.
Yes, you had
I'll just react to what you guys tell me now.
Yeah.
So you announced a bunch of cool things off the top.
Yeah. So, well, we always like to kick off the panel by talking about all of the amazing titles that we have at Marvel, female-led titles. Right. It's a very different time now than it was 10 years ago, so it's always cool to be like, hey, reminder, thanks guys for actually liking all of these heroes and buying our comics. So that was pretty cool. We talked about the Hulk Legacy storyline and Captain Marvel and Ms. Marvel as well. And there's so many books we can go through everything.
And who all joined us?
Oh, right. So we had Mariko Tamaki, who is currently writing Hulk. We've got the amazing Rainbow, her first Woman of Marvel appearance with us, who's writing Runaways, who's also an amazingly talented young adult author.
Thank you.
Thank you for, writing for us. We
I'm
appreciate
happy to,
it. Greatly appreciate it. We had Alana Smith, who is an assistant editor. We had yourself.
Me.
The face of Marvel.
Who continues to be me.
Who continues to be Lorraine Sink.
And of course, my producer, Judy Stevens.
Yes.
Heaven love her for controlling my life and running it.
Yeah, and we had Christina Strain, who writes Generation X for us right now. She was a former colorist on Runaways.
Yeah.
So full circle.
And Margaret Stoll.
And Margaret
Stoll,
Stoll.
who was just up here talking to us about Captain Marvel.
Cool.
Yeah. Full cast of people up there. It's been pretty awesome that we have so many people.
Yeah.
We have to turn people away from the panels.
I know. It's always a crazy.
So those were not all the women who work at Marvel.
Yeah, it's not all women. It's just a smidgen.
No.
Just a
It's
smidgen.
a sliver.
A small bit. And a lot of them are working right now.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
so, can we talk about Runaways?
I would love to.
I'm obsessed with Runaways. I've talked to Rainbow several times now, and I'm a super Runaways fangirl, hardcore, and I know you are too.
I am, yeah. The
you
real
talk-
pleasure about this is like finally having people to talk to about Runaways.
It's my favorite.
Yeah.
Okay, I just have to say, the cover, we see Gertrude Yorks, one of my all-time favorite Marvel characters who
Mine
does
too.
not get enough play because of reasons.
Yes, we see her specter over the remaining Runaways. The challenge of writing Runaways is that many of them are dead.
Yes.
So I would say that was my greatest challenge writing the book. So we really, this first 6 issues that Chris Enka and I are working on, it's all about getting the band back together. It's all about, like, they have been really scattered to the 4 winds of the Marvel Universe. And it's about bringing them back together and tapping into that deep, wonderful history that Brian K. Vaughan and Adrian Alfona created for them. So Gert is dead. However, she is on the cover of the first issue, right?
And I believe we've debuted the cover for the second issue.
Oh my God, the
at
cover
Women
for
of
the
Marvel.
second issue.
It is. Okay, so we all know Chase is a dream.
We all know Gert and Jace, that is like OTP territory.
Oh,
yes.
Seriously.
Yes.
And that cover, it has 2 chases.
And they've never been on a cover before. Together.
Yeah.
They've never, I don't think.
did
Chris
not
and I went all the way
realize
through. Yeah. They were the big romance and they were not on a cover together.
Wow,
And
I
it
didn't
is
know that.
such
Yeah.
a romantic cover.
I could be wrong.
You guys tweet us if we're wrong.
Please tweet me personally.
Hashtag Marvel SDCC.
Oh,
Yeah.
they will.
Call
They
me
will.
up. But, right. Go ahead. Talk more about the cover.
Okay.
It's so great.
So, you're like, tell me more about the greatness.
Yes.
Okay.
Tell me more about how awesome I am.
But we see these 2 chases. It has like a very
It's like an
wonderful,
older Chase and a
like,
younger Chase.
Yeah, older Chase, younger Chase, and it's like a real homage to sort of Harlequin romance.
Romance covers.
All right, so I can assume we're going to have some good romantic themes. Maybe.
Oh yeah, I mean, I write love stories, and that's not all that I write, but everything I write has a love story because I think every great story has a love story. Like, often we see love stories really like people are sort of embarrassed by the love story, you know,
Right.
but what real human story doesn't contain love?
Yeah, if you're writing about, you know, if you want to humanize your characters,
Yeah.
well, guess what? Humans fall in love. We have romantic urges.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
mean,
of course, your characters
not
should
all
as well.
of us, but many.
Many of
Many
us.
of us.
It's a very human trait to have.
Yeah, so to me, it's like there's so many great. It also, I'm not making it a romantic book. Brian K. Vaughan wrote a very hook-uppy book. Everybody hooked up on the Runaways. It's not even the Runaways.
Like in the first like 2 issues.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
Nico
Nico was
making out.
kissing Chase,
Yeah.
and then
Nico's kissed everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true.
Nico
I'm
has
not slamming
literally
her. That is a
kissed everyone.
statement.
Making out is a lot of fun, you know. I get it.
And girls
I get
just want to
it.
have fun.
Girls just want to have fun. It's
And it
fun.
is very high school.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
They're of that age where it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
But when we were all that age once, so I feel like
I mean,
that's
some
very
of us
relatable.
further away than others.
Oh, no.
You guys went in 2 different directions there.
Some of us didn't go to high school. What I love about Runaways is they mess up a lot because I think sometimes you see teen characters and they're very aspirational. You know, like we're super teens.
Yeah.
They're screwed up a lot,
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
make real mistakes, and they have hard lives. And I really just love writing them because I love writing these sort of vulnerable characters who, you know, make mistakes.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it so much. And they're in LA, which is appropriate.
Yeah, they
since we're in
are.
California. Are you like cataloging things?
You know,
for
I'm not
later?
going to lie. I came to LA specifically to do Runaways research and took tons of photos because Los Angeles looks nothing like the rest of the country. It's
Yeah.
a different vibe. The plants are different. The houses are different. And then Chris Anka, the artist who ended up on the book, is an LA boy. So he doesn't need any of my photos.
Yeah.
He's got it. And he's so excited to write LA characters.
Oh, I bet.
And we should give a shout out to the Runaways show coming out
on Hulu.
I forgot about that.
Hulu.
Sorry.
It's Hulu.
Sorry, the other
Yes.
one. We got a lot of
Marvel
shows.
Studios
guys.
coming to Hulu.
My
we
bad.
do have some other great things
And
coming.
when is that coming?
We don't have a date
Oh,
yet.
okay,
but
okay.
it's coming pretty
Forthcoming.
soon.
Soon.
Later.
Yeah,
Okay.
later.
After this, but
Yeah.
always.
Yeah.
I'll be patient.
So, what were some of your guys' favorite moments just from the panel today, do you think?
Well, I kicked it off today
Yes, you
talking
did.
about our beloved Flo Steinberg, who passed away yesterday, last night, and she's been sick for a while. But Flo, for anybody out there who does not know who Flo Steinberg is, she was Stan's gal Friday, right? She was
Yeah,
his
fabulous
assistant.
Flo.
Fabulous Flo. She really made the ship run and is such a big part of Marvel and the history of Marvel. And she was still working in the offices.
In her headphones.
Yeah, in her headphones. Like as of like a few weeks ago, she was in the offices. So she was a tough one, and we all really missed her. And we dedicated the panel to her because really, Women of Marvel would not exist without fabulous Flo Steinberg. So we're
And she would never do the panel.
And she would never.
Ever in a million years, you could not force her.
We tried to get her on a podcast and it
So
didn't
many
work.
times.
But now we actually there's an interview in Girl Comics with Flo Steinberg about the history and some really, really awesome pictures. So if you guys have Marvel Unlimited or anything, check out Girl Comics because it was an awesome interview. Probably one of the few interviews ever done with Flo Steinberg. So it was an honor. I got to do it. So it's been great. So much love to Flo, and we're gonna
gotta
miss you
find
and remember you. Yeah. We should
really
post it. Yeah.
beautiful.
One of my favorite parts of the panel, especially as a new person, was hearing you, Sana, talk about how much has changed in a relatively short amount of time.
Yeah, that is crazy. Oh, good. Because I feel like I say that a lot, but I just want to remind people how much we've actually accomplished in a short amount of time. It's been awesome.
Can you talk more about those changes that you're talking about and how much, I assume better
Well,
it is
yeah,
now?
I mean, when I started working in comics, we had one female-led title, and then that got canceled pretty quickly after I got there. So we had 0, and they're mostly like white male leads. And now we're at a place where it's the most, I think, it's the most inclusive world in terms of having different kinds of characters and a lot more female-led titles. And we can honestly say that Marvel is a place for every kind of fan. There's a character for every kind of fan. There's a story for every kind of fan.
Yep.
And that's pretty amazing.
And now we're getting, Captain Marvel is getting her own movie, which I believe is the first female-led Marvel movie, so that's going to be huge in 2019.
Captain Marvel in this iteration of Captain Marvel is pretty awesome. Like that's something that we launched only about 5-6 years ago.
And it's crazy to me. I mean, I've been with Marvel for about 5 years, and even in that time, it's like we have a solo book led by a queer Latina
Yeah.
woman. And
Yeah.
that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, America.
America
It's-
Chavez.
Yeah, America
is
Chavez, yeah.
just a badass character.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful book.
Such a good book, yeah.
I mean, and that I just think that shows so much growth from like zero any woman title.
And all of them, all the characters look different. Like America,
Yeah.
like she's a
Right.
full-figured, strong woman. Like I love that. We're continuing to do that, and we're going to tell more stories like
You know,
that.
that's not even something we really talked about on the panel, but something I love that I think has grown so much. You guys might hear Michael Rooker is about to do a signing. He is very lively, and there's some music bumping, so stick with us. We'll be partying. But something that we didn't even really necessarily talk about is so many of our designs, like Chris
Right.
Anka in particular.
Yeah. He's rocking it.
I mean, I love the way, we talked about this before, but I love the way Gert looks.
He dropped, yeah.
Like, she is a curvy girl.
She's a
not
chubby girl.
And like bodies are diverse. There's not one kind of body. There's not one look. That's not how all bodies should look.
Right.
And I like that the design has really changed.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the girls are into different stuff too. You know, they're not like the same sort of stock character. They're bringing it like a real personality to the books.
And such great female friendships too. We were talking to Margaret Stoll a little bit earlier about like Captain Marvel and Jessica Drew having like the best Bechdel test friendly friendship. You know, where they're in it together, and I love that.
Yeah.
We're just about to wrap up, but where can people find you online to find out more about Runaways and Miss Marvel and everything that you do?
Oh, you go first. Oh, no, I'll go first. You can find me online at, I'm on Twitter mostly, Rainbow Rowell. It's just my name, Rowell on Twitter. And that's where I talk a lot about a lot of things.
And that's just such a fantastic name. I know I said that
Thank you.
before, but I
It is a
can't
great
get
name.
over Rainbow. That's amazing.
And people used to tell me I had a superhero name because it's like RR and also goofy.
Yeah, but it suits you.
Thank
Rainbow.
you.
That's,
Thank you.
Yeah, it suits you.
So you can find me at MinnieB622, obviously. If you guys were
Very,
wondering.
very
easy.
close to your name.
Very, very close to my name. It's based on an old nickname, actually a current nickname that I have. And of course, at the Women of Marvel panels, podcasts, everywhere there's Marvel, I'm usually peeking my head up.
Every other Friday, too, you can listen to the Women of Marvel podcast, which you guys should do. And you should stay here on Marvel Live. We are going to have more interviews from Hall H with the talent from the Marvel movies, so stay here.
All I'm hearing is that there's a shirtless scene in what they showed. That's everything on
there
Twitter.
is?
That's
A
all
shirtless
they're talking about.
Who had the shirt off?
You.
The Hulk had his shirt off.
The Hulk, yeah.
His big green muscly body.
What are fans going to most be surprised about when they see you?
I think the tone, and I kind of got bored of myself playing this character, and I think you kind of got to be. You got to get to a place where, in order to elevate it and take it to a different level, you got to be a little bit afraid and a little nervous of are we pushing it too far, and how can we make it unexpected? It's got to feel a little sort of dangerous, and it did. There was a real sort of experimental approach to this, and Taika Waititi, our director, is just a visionary with all the sights, sounds, feels, emotion, everything that you could sort of pack into a film like this, and it's something I'm certainly very proud of, and I think the whole group are.
What are you most excited for fans to see in Thor and Black Panther?
There are too many answers to that question. I will say, seeing the relationship between Thor and Loki, seeing how Mark Ruffalo's Hulk added into that mix, frankly, seeing Cate Blanchett's new villain Hela is unbelievable. And already walking around Comic-Con, I've seen at least 2 or 3 cosplayers as movie Hela, which is amazing. And Tessa Thompson is our new hero, Valkyrie.
What made you want to be a part of the Marvel world?
Well, I wanted to work with Taika, and I've long had a sort of an inappropriate crush on Chris and on Mark, and it's a dialogue I haven't had with this extraordinary audience, huge audience base, and to play the first Marvel villainess. I mean, they're all pretty enticing reasons to make a film.
What was your favorite thing about the character that you found?
I think the thing that I really loved in the context of our film is Thor is a big fangirl, and so I thought it was a really nice reversal. There's so many fantastic female characters in the source material and also in the cinematic universe. And a lot of them have connections to men, which is neither here nor there. Either they're connected by blood relation, or they're the girlfriend of, or they work in conjunction with. And I thought what was so exciting about Valkyrie, she's none of those things.
What are you most excited for fans to see about Thor?
I think tonally how different it can be, whilst not losing any of the kind of the grunt and the gravitas that it's had previously. I think Taika's capable of riding that surfboard.
Taika Waititi particularly thrilled me. I'd seen his work, have you seen his movies, What We Do in the Shadows? I love him. We talked, and I was crazy about him. And he said we'd work in this particular way, and he wanted me to do it maybe in this particular way. And I was, wildly enrolled.
What are you most excited for to show to the fans?
Sakaar. The thing I'm really excited. Well, firstly, Chris's new take on Thor, because Thor's like cool, fun. It's just funny. And then Sakaar, which is heavily inspired by Jack Kirby's art and his designs, and so we really launched ourselves into that world and created a planet that I think is pretty amazing.
What's the difference between doing a Marvel convention or a Marvel panel versus the others you've been a part of?
I mean, you can just see, I was quite overwhelmed by being on, this is my proper first Marvel panel, really. And I mean, just the love for the material is just off the charts. It's extraordinary. And just the love of the universe, the crossovers, you could see how excited people were. And plus, what was amazing about this is genuinely the cast were incredibly excited about seeing the footage for the first time.
Were there any cool moments with fans today?
Oh yeah, I mean, I got to say every moment, you come to an event like this and you meet the real hardcore fans, and I meet people like that on the street, but a lot of the time when you're doing things that are press orientated, you feel like you're kind of having a pitch or sell something. This is like, man, people have come here out of choice and come here because they do have a true passion and love for these characters and these worlds, and that's just such a wonderful experience.
How great is the movie compared to the trailer?
I mean, the trailer's the tip of the iceberg. I mean, it's just, so the footage that they were screening today, that Ryan was screening today is incredible. I mean, it's what's so brilliant about it is it's a very singular vision. He has just such a great take on the material, and you can tell that he's the auteur of this world, and that really comes across.
And Hall H today is one of my top moments ever experienced at Hall H, which was being on that stage and watching the cast of the Black Panther watch the trailer for the first time, watch the clip that we put together just for Hall H, and they were losing their stuff, and it was really cool. It was really awesome.
Like, I've never quite had that experience before. We were like off our chairs, we were bumping each other. I mean, I had to hold Letitia down because she was jumping up like this during the trailer because when she'd see a cool part, like, it was just joy and celebration. And when the lights came up, I was saying to Michael, I was like, the lights are gonna come up. We're like hooting and hollering, and the lights are coming up, and it was like, whatever, we're hooting and hollering with the fans. So it was like literally like we just became one with them, which was something so special,
Is it true you hadn't seen it before? You saw it for the first time?
That was the first time we all got a chance to see it. This guy right here does a really good job of
Kevin Feige,
under lock and key. But no, we were all vibing out, having a good time watching it like the first time, and it was amazing. I'm actually mad that I can't rewind it and watch it again because I'm sure it was so much that I missed.
And Black Panther, to me, I'm so impressed with Coogler. I love him as a filmmaker. I've loved his films. And to see the level of passion that he has poured into this story, I think it could be an unprecedented event. I mean, it's a very profound event.
You've worked with the director before, obviously. Was it a different approach this time around, or just kind of the same thing?
No, man, we got a shorthand right now. Our communication is pretty telepathic at this point. We're that's like my brother, so we enjoy working together. So for us, it's always trying to find the real moments. What's real, keep it grounded as much as possible, even in this marvelous world. We try to keep it so grounded, and it's all about the character. And then we keep it real.
And what can you tell about fans about your character without getting in trouble?
Without getting in trouble, I feel like Eric's a strategist. He's a really smart guy. He's always 5 to 10 steps ahead. He's very patient, and he has his eyes on the throne. So when you kind of mix those, and he's very physically capable. So when you kind of mix those things together, you get a pretty interesting guy. And I feel like if we can get the audience to empathize with him and his point of view, I feel like we do a good job because I think those are the villains that are the most interesting to watch.
Working with Mark on this film, it seems like the friendship and all the camaraderie. Like, what's it like?
Incredible. He when he was first brought up to be in the film, we talked about, okay, good. This is. I mean, every goal I think. During this process was to make this film different, do something unexpected. And we had never really had an on-screen relationship besides beating the hell out of each other in certain scenes. So we do a bit of that. But there's also a friendship and a sort of camaraderie that's formed that we haven't seen with these characters before.
Anything you can say about your character?
What can I say about him? I mean, he's a vibranium addict. He wants to get back into Wakanda to take more vibranium. I mean, that's his sole purpose in life. He's discovered this one thing, which is the most incredibly valuable mineral, and will go to any lengths to get it. He's got his arm back. He's got a version of his arm which he's very proud of, which I won't tell you too much about. But it was great fun to play him. He's a really enjoyable character to play because he's very dark, but at the same time he's got a kind of very offbeat sort of left field sense of humor, and he wants to expose Wakanda for the country he knows it to be.
Wakanda is this isolated nation that keeps to itself and is like the most advanced nation on earth, and we finally get to know it. I had the honor of inhabiting it, and the fans get to experience it. And all in all, it's a look at an African nation that we've just never seen, but it's also honoring cultures from the continent that we have seen, and giving us a glimpse of what they could be in a fantastic future.
So to actually be a part of something that will celebrate the Africans' beauty and power and ingenuity and smarts and all that and pride of self and languages, I mean, in one go.
Right.
Come on, like this is what I never knew I always wanted.
Anything you can say about Infinity War?
I mean, other than the fact that, we're as excited as hell to be working on the movies, and we're excited to bring them to the screen for audiences. Halfway through, almost there, and hopefully everybody hangs on for that trailer when we finally release it.
Hello! Welcome back. You're watching Marvel live here at Comic-Con 2017. I'm Ryan Pedagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I am Lorraine Sink, and we're joined by the legend, Frank Thierry. Hi,
One
Frank.
and only Frank Thierry, yes.
This is a tradition for us.
Yes,
Yes.
it is.
We-
I always close the thing out, but what I will want to point out, we have seats here now. We have.
We did this for you.
we've moved up.
I am impressed with the swag you got.
Oh
here.
wait, did you hear that? Frank Thierry is
I'm
impressed.
actually impressed. I could sit down instead of standing. There's fans here. I
That's-
mean, look at you around here. You know
Now
what I
they
mean?
just see your your tummy, but
First of all, I'm taking this, okay? This right here, I'm telling you right now, I'm taking this. This
Done.
I'm taking.
All right.
That Captain America thing, what is this, a rug?
that's a
All right,
carpet.
You guys are done. I'm the last guest. I'm taking the Captain America rug.
Done.
All right.
And a lockjaw, and I'm taking a lockjaw. So go ahead.
Talia, make sure you're clipping this, especially,
I'm taking
and let's
that.
subtitle the whole
Yeah.
thing. Put that
Yeah,
up.
And maybe this, and maybe this, and this.
And that. Okay.
All right, so go ahead.
You
I
put
don't
claims.
know.
Just write your name on anything you'd like to take.
There's pens. You want the pens?
I'll pack like a pen. And what is this, a Thor thing? Yeah, I'll take this Thor. I got kids, you know what I mean?
Oh, our
This,
secrets are back here.
You know, maybe for a late night with the wife, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, all sorts of things you got over here, you know.
Okay,
pencils,
let's-
whatever. what
Before
is this thing?
before Frank Thierry tears down the set at the end of the show.
Whose coffee is this? I'm drinking
Okay.
I'm taking this coffee.
Oh.
Is that like a mocha thing? What is
Secrets.
that? All right, go ahead.
Okay, let's talk about this. Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite.
And
Yes.
3. Well, you worked
Yeah.
a lot on 3.
I worked on
You were 3.
Yes, I was the writer on 3, 3.5, and they brought me in this thing, stuff falling all over the place that I'm stealing.
You took it. You started it,
But
Frank.
this is for me. This is mine now. All right. Okay. So, yes, worked on Marvel vs. Capcom 3. They brought me in. I was a concept writer on that, and it was a lot of fun.
How good are you at fighting games?
I'm great at fighting games.
Yeah?
Because I can fight. So, hence.
Use your real world
Yes.
skills.
Do they have like a Frank Thierry special?
They should make me a character in that game.
Right?
You know what I'm saying? There should be, you know what I mean? You fight Thanos, you fight Ultron, Sigma, and you should fight Frank Thierry. That should be.
That's the ultimate
That's like the
boss.
ultimate level, like a secret level there. You fight me at the end, and you lose.
Super boss.
Yeah, I would pay cash money for that.
We'll write a request.
Yeah, we'll put a request in. Frankie, how was your con?
I am exhausted. I might use this to take a nap now. You know, I'm actually getting kicked out of my hotel, so I might sleep here tonight. You know what I'm saying? Just like, you know.
This is going
On
away.
these pillows. Oh, this is going away? Well, I'll find out where the couch is, and I'll.
Sleep in the back of the truck.
Yeah, with the couch on the truck, go to New York, and have it just take you back home.
Yeah.
I live in New York. This
I know.
works out well.
So, what were some of your favorite things that you got to do at San Diego this year?
You don't want. I can't say that in public. You know.
Oh,
But you know.
oh boy.
No, San Diego is all. You know, people complain about San Diego, but it's always a great. I have a good time. It's just, it's exhausting. San Diego,
Yeah.
for people who don't come here, they don't understand. You know, it takes you 20 minutes to get to the bathroom. You know, you can't get a drink anywhere. You know, it's just.
It's like New York City.
Yeah, it's like Times Square.
But like weirder people, if that's possible.
I don't know. It's pretty on par.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a different kind.
Yes, it's a different
different
kind
kind of whack job.
It's a different kind of weird. Frank, when you come here, you have children. Do you get something for them? Do you shop for
I
anything?
got right here, where I got here, and this.
He tears down the
And
Marvel
this,
set.
And this, and these things. All right? Here. Hey, kids, Daddy's coming home. Look what he's got. And this book.
I was about to say, and my book is.
This book. All right? So,
That
yeah,
was
I got plenty
Ryan.
of stuff for my kids. All right? This couch is mine.
Do you do this in every room or just this room?
No, I stole stuff from the DC booth too.
Oh, good.
No, you guys want
Oh,
me?
you-
It is a cost to getting someone of my caliber on these shows.
Of-
What do you think? You know what I mean? I'm a big star here.
100%.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we gotta
Come
pay
on.
the toll.
Yeah, you gotta pay. You gotta kiss the ring and give a little. You know what I mean? So yeah.
There we go.
I'm taking these glasses still. All right?
Jazzman, Frank
Yes,
Thierry,
yes,
added to the lower
this is
third.
cute. Yeah, I'll
Oh,
take
yeah.
that too.
What else we got? No.
Thor's hammer.
wait.
I am definitely taking Thor's hammer. I am definitely taking that. That's no joke. That ain't stick for television. I'm taking Thor's hammer.
Straight from saving the galaxy again.
Oh my gosh. There's a kids costume contest. We should have had you host that.
I love kids. I'm great with the kids. Kids
don't-
love me. Can't you see how kids love me?
So ready.
I don't doubt that at all, Frankie. Like, for fans who have not experienced you on the live stream before,
Yeah.
what is your history with Marvel? Because you were an intern, you've
Yeah.
been writer, you've been staff member, you've been all
I'll
this
take the
stuff.
douche glasses off now, right? 1 second, to do the rest of this interview.
Yeah.
I was an intern. I started as an intern, then eventually was on staff.
What year were you an intern?
I don't know. You want to embarrass me? Say how old I am? Is that what this is?
No, I like getting history.
That's
Yeah,
a gotcha question
Yeah,
now?
yeah.
All right, don't worry about how old.
Hot takes.
Journalism.
Don't worry about it.
Hot takes.
I was an intern. I worked as for Marvel.com back in the day, before you soiled it with your presence, and I was like head writer and an editor, and then eventually I went freelance. I did with Iron Man with Joe Quesada, then Wolverine, and then everything took off from there.
Yeah?
I hear
You're very
you're closely associated with Wolverine.
Associated with Wolverine. As jerks like this always like to point out, never gets tired, does it?
Who is your favorite Marvel character to write?
I like, as you know, villains and darker characters. I love Sabretooth. I love Wolverine. I love Sabretooth. I always love to do that. Guys like Doctor Doom. I also like characters like Hercules. I always like the Thing. I always figure that's a natural for me, the Thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we can see it.
You see it? You can see that?
I can hear it.
Yeah.
You can hear it.
I know every time we have you on, I always think we should do Master Comics Theater with Frank and have him play the Thing.
Well, I have done voices for you guys.
Yeah,
I did
yeah.
Wolverine and I did Phoebe Cuckoo.
Yeah.
Yes. That worked out well.
A classic.
As a young lady.
Not so delicate one. You've also worked with a lot of different artists. What have been some of your favorite collaborations?
Well, I'm actually doing a book with him now. It's like Mark Teixeira. I mean, he's
Oh
like,
my God.
yeah.
He's his style is so unique.
I've worked with him on Punisher. I worked with him on Wolverine. I worked with him on The Darkness. I'm working with him now on Die Hard. I'm doing a Die Hard book with him. It's like a marriage if you were married to like a big, sweaty, insane person. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure he feels the same way.
I don't sweat as much as he does. He sweats a lot, but he's a very talented guy. He's a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, how many times have you watched the Die Hard movies to get prepared for this?
I just watched the Die Hard movie. It's the greatest Christmas movie of all time, as you well know. You know what I mean? This one takes place 30 years after the first movie. So,
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So it should be a lot of fun.
Do the other movies factor in?
The first four do. You know what I mean? Wait. But yes, it's an Inside Comics, kids, and I am plugging that in a Marvel show. Yes.
That's all right.
Die Hard. Buy Die Hard.
Well, it's Die Hard. Everybody loves
Everybody
John.
loves Die Hard.
ILM worked on Die Hard. ILM is part of Star Wars, Lucasfilm, and Disney. Disney is Marvel connected. It's all connected.
Yes.
Kevin Bacon.
How did I do it?
Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, 6 degrees of Frank Thierry.
Frank Thierry.
Nice show.
That's a new game in the making.
That's a game show.
That really is.
Yeah.
How do we get from?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we got to start with
Okay,
the
well, let's
celebrity.
start with Kevin Bacon. How do we get
Kevin Bacon to Frank Thierry.
Wait, has Bruce Willis been in a movie with Kevin Bacon?
Bruce Willis and Kevin Bacon.
If we can make that connection, we can get right back to Frank
I don't
Thierry.
know anything about Kevin Bacon outside of Kevin Bacon.
Screw Kevin Bacon. How does it become about Kevin Bacon? Enough with Kevin Bacon. Enough with the Kevin Bacon.
I'm trying to get to you, to him.
Somebody online do this. Somebody smarter than us.
Yeah, you
People on
guys,
this couch.
and hashtag Marvel SDCC, and tell us the answer so we have a cheat sheet.
Yeah, we need to know. I would love to turn this into a game every time Frank comes by. 6 degrees of Frank Thierry.
Yeah, 6 degrees.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So as we're wrapping up with Frank, we're gonna go to the kids costume contest, which is happening out there. Little kids in costumes.
So
it's always
cute.
cute.
And me.
Yes.
What's better than that?
Yes.
Everybody's two favorite things:
Yeah.
adorable children in costumes and Frank
Frank
Thierry.
Frank, where are fans gonna find you on social media?
I'm on Frank Thierry. I'm on the Twitters and I'm on the Facebooks. Frank Thierry. Frank Thierry. There you go.
We're two Franks. Does it have to type Frank Thierry twice?
No, don't be a jerk. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
One
Don't be a
Frank
wise
Thierry
ass here.
per
All right.
platform.
It's the end of the con. You think you're a smarter guy. Buy Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite when it comes out.
There you go.
September
19th.
September 19th. See, he even knows better than me. All
Yeah.
right?
There you go.
Awesome.
You
Thank
guys-
you. Stay tuned for kids costume contests and more from Marvel Live.
Take care. Let me take my stuff now, all right? Right. I am really taking some of this stuff.
Yeah, get a little closer together. Just a little closer together. You're all small human beings. I mean, I'm a small human being. Everyone strike a pose. Give a round of applause to these amazing kids. Every year they bring their best costumes, they're having fun. And don't forget, you can always wear costumes even when you're an adult. I do it. There we go. See, Wade knows what's going on. Okay, everyone go back to their parents. They're responsible adults. Thank you so much, everyone. Everyone give them a round of applause.
So great.
I got
Thank
yelled
you.
at, and Patton was like, "Don't respond to me."
Hey guys, what's up?
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there.
Hell, Hydra.
The Big Marvel Show.
We are about to ride Guardians of the Galaxy
Sure.
Mission Breakout.
Right.
Ryan, how do
Yep.
you feel?
Terrible, nervous, crazy.
I had a dream the other night that I was a Kardashian. And
I like where
like
this is
I don't
going.
want to be a Kardashian, but subconsciously I clearly do.
Alien race or cheese?
Sounds a lot like Illuminati, or a little bit, probably, but could easily be a cheese. It could be both. Is it both? It's an alien race type of cheese? No, I'm gonna say cheese.
You're correct.
I'm Mark Brooks. I'm a comic artist for Marvel. I'm working on the cover of Secret Empire #6.
I really wanted to show off her blonde hair and her skin tone and that beautiful maroonish color that's inside of her cowl and on her suit.
I essentially grew up in a comic book store. They really got me through the hardest parts in my life.
What lessons have I learned from Marvel Comics? Stay the away from gamma rays.
I sing a lot about the fact that you might feel like a nobody, and you might have been told that you're a nobody, but that you're not, that you really do matter, and that you are special. Who's your favorite wall crawler? You are. I'm not even joking.
What kind of pizza does the Punisher eat? Punisher don't eat pizza.
Black Bolt. Come on, I would swipe right on all of these.
Which cast member has the biggest potty mouth?
Oh.
I think I might somewhere be up there.
It'd be funny if you swore in that answer.
Well,
And this is Marvel.
Your universe.
Welcome back, guys. You are watching Marvel live at Comic-Con 2017. I'm Ryan Pedagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I'm Lorraine Sink, host and writer of The Big Marvel Show and The Marvel Minute.
And I'm Jess Brohart, host of Marvel Gaming.
This is it.
This is it, you guys.
I
The
know.
final
10 minutes.
Final minutes.
of Comic-Con.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay.
We did it.
A lot of stuff has happened.
Yes.
Remember way back on Thursday, or even before that,
That
Wednesday,
feels like
there
forever
was,
ago.
was preview night.
I barely remember preview night. No, to be honest.
That was forever ago.
You're gonna need to refresh my
What did we do on
memory.
Thursday?
Thursday
Stuff?
was all everything.
Video game panel.
We had the Inhumans.
That was Thursday.
Inhumans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Where's the sheet?
Ryan's got
We
the
need.
sheet.
I just say we need
So
like
we
to
had-
look at our schedule
we kicked
again.
Out strong with Marvel's Inhumans cast doing their signing. And
That's
we got
right.
to do interviews with them.
That's
then we
right.
had the big Marvel Games panel where they announced a bunch of cool stuff.
They did. That was which is of course my bread and butter. So I was very happy to attend that.
Yeah, Marvel Games, breaking the comics the Marvel way, Marvel Next Big Thing, with some announcements about Donny Cates, X-Men Grand Design, the new Iron Fist book. Legion panel was Thursday.
Yes.
Disney Kingdoms panel was Thursday. The Inhumans panel was Thursday.
That's right.
Oh my God! And then we were doing stuff too.
I know. And then we had interviews, of course, all day up here.
Yeah.
So then, what was your highlight from Thursday, from all of that stuff? I got to go Marvel's Inhumans. It was really exciting to get to see those guys and to...
You interviewed them, right?
I got to do an interview with them.
Yes.
And they're all so awesome, so lovely. Fun fact, a bunch of them actually showed up on preview night and came here to buy Lockjaws incognito, like,
That was so
hat.
cute.
And they were
That
just
was
like,
cute.
hey, we're here to hang out. What's going on? And then people slowly kind of started to catch on, so they kind of left. It was a really fun little moment at the booth.
I think my highlight was playing Marvel Powers United VR on the stage.
Yes.
That was a lot of fun.
That was super fun. My highlight, I was gonna say that, but you already took Marvel Powers
can do it
United VR.
too.
Okay, that was also my highlight then, was playing Marvel Powers United VR, because I just cannot get over how amazing that game is.
Yes.
Totally.
And then Friday, there was the Marvel Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends panel where Robbie Thompson was announced as writer of Spider-Man versus Deadpool. Then we had the Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite panel.
Yep.
There was Marvel Secret Empire panel. We had the Gifted panel and the Defenders panel.
That's right. And we kicked off again with them that morning with Marvel's Defenders doing their signing. The math of it, right? Doing their signing here, and we got to talk to them a little bit. And it was awesome. I saw an avocado at Law. I was really excited
That was
about
really
it.
good. That was a
good
very
cosplay.
clever costume.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, what is our...
On Friday, we also did we had the Lego Marvel Superheroes 2 live gameplay demo on stage.
Was that your favorite part?
That was probably, yeah, unfortunately I didn't get to actually play the game. I was watching as some of the folks from Marvel Games were playing it, so I would have loved to get a hands-on demo, but it was still pretty cool to talk to them and watch them play the game.
Yeah.
So
Very
that would be my highlight from Friday.
My highlight was when it was announced that Mark Waid and Chris Somnick and Matt Wilson and Joe Caramagna are doing Captain America.
Yes.
So that is huge. That's a great team, and I love them.
Yep. Good old-fashioned traditional cap.
Wings and pirate boots.
Yeah. Musketeer boots.
I'm looking at Blake Garris off on the side, looking all weird. That
He
was
looked
good.
confused.
Very distracting.
For some reason.
Blake, you need to come into the shot for
he's
something.
looking at us like, what are you
This
guys
is the end of the
doing?
show. You're pointing. At
You're
stuff we
pointing.
can't
You can
hear.
talk.
It's
We can-
fine.
you can talk.
Saturday,
Use your words.
We got so much stuff that happened. There was the
Spider-Man?
Marvel Studios prop panel with Russell Bobbitt, and that was great.
Oh, that was really cool to get to talk to him,
Yeah,
too.
he was
came
really
on the
good.
show.
He was awesome. He showed off the shield and all this other stuff. We had Marvel Animation Presents. That panel.
Oh, very cool.
That was stacked with the talent.
So many announcements out of that. And they announced a new animated series for Marvel's Black Panther, which was really
Wait, we
cool.
did?
They did. They did. It's coming out of Avengers. There's going to be a new
The
thing.
season 5, the theme announcement of Black Panther Quest.
Yeah.
Okay. Amazing. Legion, the Lego Marvel Superheroes 2 panel was on Saturday, and that's obviously a great one. That was probably the best panel of the weekend. Marvel Black Eyed Peas present Masters of the Sun panel.
And we got to have them on Thwip, the big Marvel show.
And they were great.
Oh my God,
They
it
were
was so
adorable.
fun.
Yeah. Marvel Cup of Joe panel. Cup of Joe. I see scribble on this page. I don't know what happened, but Hasbro panel where we showed off more of the toys. And of course, the Marvel Studios Hall H panel, where like that stuff we talked about this morning. But
We did. I want to hear some of your highlights though from Ant-Man, and also
Yes.
what was the other one that we? Oh, and from Infinity War.
Yeah.
I know that they showed some footage that they previously showed at D23, but what else did they show from Ant-Man? I heard a little bit about Paul Rudd.
So
and Michael Pena.
The panel essentially opened up with a video of
Right.
Paul Rudd and Michael Pena explaining the Marvel Cinematic
Right.
Universe, the history of it, in the very funny way that they would do it.
Right.
And so they have props, they have Hulk hands and DVDs and all this stuff, and they're explaining it and going through everything. You see little clips, and they get through all the movies, and then you find out that they're telling this to Michelle Pfeiffer and saying, "This is why you think you should join the Marvel Cinematic Universe as Janet Van Dyne." And then Evangeline Lilly's off to the side. She's like, "Thank you for being here. I need another." Essentially, she's like, "I need another woman here." It was great. It was really, really funny. They showed footage and concept art and stuff from the new movie Ant-Man and the Wasp. It ended with this shot of Giant Man in an alley. It was like a city scene, and Giant Man's hand comes around a wall of a building, and he peers out, like looking around, and he's massive. It was really cool.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and then of course Captain Marvel. We get
Yes.
Skrulls, y'all.
Oh yeah, we didn't even get a chance to talk about that.
Skrulls.
Skrulls.
Oh yeah.
It's set in the 90s.
Oh
Nick
my gosh.
Fury with 2 eyes.
Yes, we talked about that. I'm
Skrulls.
so excited for
That's
that.
the international sign for Skrulls.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because they got the weird chin.
Yeah. I love it. I'm so excited. Skrulls are some of my favorite villains because they're so creepy and weird.
Yeah, super creepy and super weird and body snatchery sometimes.
Yeah, like they can change. You could be a Skrull. I could be a
A
Skrull.
Who
You could be a
Skrull?
Skrull.
Who's a Skrull?
Yeah, that's the coolest thing.
You don't know. Jason
Um,
Latour off camera just pointed at himself. It was creepy.
and the Captain Marvel just concept art that they showed
Oh,
was
yeah.
fantastic. Yeah, and then they had.
And the costume.
Oh yeah,
Everybody's
She looked
buzzing.
amazing. Like,
Yeah.
It was on the Elle magazine.
Yes.
I know.
Yep,
That's what
we
were
touched
talking
on that
about.
earlier.
We're like, ladies fashion.
Yeah,
Giving it up for Captain Marvel. So
I think
dope.
it's fantastic. Like maybe it's a little bit of an odd choice, but I think it's great because anything to bring comics and Marvel and anything nerdy to the mainstream, I am all for.
Yeah.
So cool.
New cast and all that stuff, and then they showed Thor Ragnarok and Black Panther and then Infinity War, and it was just like that. That was the way it needed to be done.
Yeah.
Any other panels? Screw y'all.
We dropped the mic.
Yeah, for all the
So
movie panels
hard.
out there, studios crushed them. So
Yes.
sorry. And then today we had Marvel Spider-Man. There was a world premiere.
World premiere. They showed the first episode of the new show.
It's great. Marvel Resurrection, a panel about all things X-Men. Women of Marvel panel, which you were on.
Yeah. When we just talked to Rainbow Rowell and Sana Amanat about some of the cool stuff behind that.
Yes. And then there was a True Believers panel, which is special for our Marvel MasterCard holders and Marvel Unlimited Plus members.
Heck yeah.
That was a lot, guys.
That was a lot. And that was just like this tiny little bit.
Yeah.
How did we do it?
How do we do it? I don't know. But you guys should continue to tweet us #Marvel SDCC. Tell us your favorite moments during the convention this week. Because goodness knows.
Yes.
And of course, I want to know what you guys want to see more of at coming conventions.
Yeah.
Do you want more games, more cosplay, more comics? Like, we want to know what you guys are here for.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Anything.
change the show up a bit.
Yes,
Yeah.
anything you guys want to hear. We listen to feedback, #Marvel SDCC. Also now sounds like a good time to plug. Even if you have not signed up for Marvel Insider yet, you can still do so. Comic-Con is over, our live stream is over, but there will be plenty more opportunities to earn points. Marvel.com/insider if you have not already signed up. It's free to do so. You get points for doing lots of different cool stuff that you're doing already, so you might as well sign up.
And also, you can check out all of Marvel's original video series on Marvel.com and the Marvel YouTube channel. You can see Ryan and I do Thwip. You can see Jess on Marvel Gaming. You can watch the Marvel Minute on Monday to get all the Marvel news, plus Becoming to see more cosplay. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's so many more
Just the tip.
series.
Yeah. I was looking at the tweets real quick, and Ginny Balfour and some others have noticed that Marvel Insider is only in the U.S. I am taking that note to people here. I would love to see it internationally. We will see. No promises, but it's something that we're going to listen to you and share.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we're just about to shut out here, but we do want to make a more serious comment, which is that we lost someone very, very dear to the Marvel family today, fabulous Flo Steinberg, and we just want to honor her memory.
She was really special to all of us who work at Marvel in New York. You knew her. She gave you a hug. She gave you a kiss. She asked how you were doing. She told you to be quiet because she was proofreading. She just was like a warm, bright light that was always there. And even when she was like semi-retired and she was like, oh yeah, I'll come back and I'll proofread this. These jerks need me, you know, once next week. She would come in, she would say hello, she would sit down, she would talk to us.
And she was really there from the beginning. There was Stan.
Yeah.
And we just want to dedicate everything to her memory.
Yeah.
We love you, Flo.
Yeah, she was the first lady of Marvel, and she will be missed. So, thank you, Flo. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
This is Marvel, your universe.